Chapter 161. It's here. Su Guang was the most familiar with the Black Mountain City, and pointed to the bustling Gu family that was decorated with lanterns and banners. She decided to go take a look later to see if anything happened to Tian and the rest. Bing, take care of her. Tang Tian threw the little girl to Bing, and without waiting for Bing to speak, he rushed out. Yen Xia replied, "Go and find those three rascals." Yen Xia was too lazy to talk nonsense. Hand over Tang Tian. Tang Tian was surprised and took out some water for the little girl. The little girl gulped down a few mouthfuls, then stopped and said unhappily, "Hey, quickly untie me." This made the little girl happy. "I know you're still not letting go of me. Be careful and wait for me." Tang Tian put down the little girl on his back and took the handkerchief that was stuffed in her mouth. Yen Xia's killing intent suddenly disappeared without a trace, as though nothing had happened, and chuckled. "Seems like, old man, you misunderstood us. Since that's the case, let's wait for the deacon to come." Ling Su, who was not willing to admit defeat, suddenly flushed red. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. He took a deep breath, his aura exploding. "Go and die." When the three of them rushed over, there were sounds of intense fighting coming from ahead. Tang Tian and the other two were shocked and immediately shot out like arrows. With that said, he flicked his finger and a star coin card was inserted into the ground beside Muley. Yen Xia also revealed a smile, but his eyes became even colder. "Old Wu, go and knock on the door." The gorilla in front of him nodded. "No, how can I?" With Tian and Ling Su's temper, they would definitely rush out without thinking. The others all revealed mocking smiles. Mu Lei fell to the ground, his face pale and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to stand up. Looking at Mu Lei's appearance, Gu Shui's tears almost fell down. She knew that this was not the time to cry, so she gritted her teeth and turned around to shout, "Yin Xia, what do you mean by that? Can the Su Shi group barge in my Gu clan?" "Of course I know." A ball of jet-black fist aura shot out from his fist. Gu Shui could hardly believe her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. "Old man, you!" Screams and curses immediately rang out. The expressions of Unin and the others changed slightly. Only Yin Xia remained calm. "I didn't expect old man you to come so quickly. Why should I untie you?" Tang Tian was baffled. A captive should have the awareness of being a captive. Yin Xia's face darkened. "Search. That's good. I believe Deacon Su will give this old man an explanation." Old man, you saw Yin Xia retreating and felt pleased. "Who dares to cause trouble in the Gu clan?" Mu Lei's figure appeared at the door. "I want to drink water." The little girl was not afraid at all. For some reason, deep inside Tang Tian's body, there seemed to be a voice speaking to him. But just now, the burly man had used a powerful attack to suppress and exhaust his physical strength. His body finally collapsed at this moment. "Do you know who I am?" The little girl raised her head and asked Tang Tian proudly. Elder Yu was exceptionally shrewd and snorted coldly. "We are here this time to see how your esteemed Su Shi group will carry out their missions." "Wait." An old voice suddenly sounded out from behind. He had white hair and eyebrows. His face was rosy. His steps were steady. He had an imposing look. Everyone who came with him, upon seeing the mess at the Gu clan's door, all of their faces turned ugly. Ling Su was in a difficult situation. The opponent obviously had the upper hand. His fists were ferocious. Every time he punched, a millstone-sized fist aura whistled through the air. His attacks were extremely fast. The entire sky was filled with millstone-sized fist auras. They whistled like rain, terrifying people's souls. The surrounding forest was in a mess. Dust flew everywhere. Every fist aura was like a millstone that was thrown by an ancient catapult. When it hit the ground, it would definitely cause soil to splatter. Tang Tian's attack caught Ling Su off guard. Ling Su's body was stiff like a wooden stake. He flipped in the air and flew towards Bing. The little girl's eyes were spewing fire. A captive should have the awareness of being a captive. Tang Tian felt that the little girl's brain was not good. Oh, even if it was him, if he was a captive, he would definitely not say such stupid words. But, like a shooting star, she fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the Gu clan's door. If such a gaze could kill, Tang Tian would have died countless of times. The little girl struggled with all her might in Tang Tian's hands. Although the little girl's strength was negligible to Tang Tian, but Tang Tian still felt that it was troublesome. It would affect his movements. Tang Tian ignored the little girl's gaze. He was satisfied with his own skills. He even tried to toss the little girl up and down. Seeing that the little girl was like a wooden stake, he was finally satisfied. They are not here. Gu Shui forced himself to calm down. He shook his head. They left a few days ago. Ling Su's face turned white. The pursuers are gone, Tang Tian said to Bing. The vermilion door that had just been painted was instantly broken into pieces. Qi flowed everywhere. Qi waves wreaked havoc. The guards of the Gu clan nearby were swept away by the Qi waves. He was also curious about how long Tang Tian could last. Bing had already realized that Tang Tian's improvement in actual battles was much faster than training. Even though his training plan was outstanding, it could not be compared to actual battles. But she felt weird. Tian and the rest did not come out. Without saying a word, he found a few sturdy old vines and wrapped them around the little girl's body. Tang Tian completely ignored Ling Su, who was dancing behind him. He turned to look at the big man. Squinting his eyes, he said, "Sorry, I've changed people." Seeing this, Tang Tian was overwhelmed with shock. "Tian, you guys better not come out." Everyone shouted at Unin's ears. Unin laughed. Facing the Gu clan's door, he suddenly lowered his back into a horse stance. Clenching his fists, he rushed forward. Scram! Ling Su, who had been suppressed from start to finish, was already burning with anger. Tang Tian's words immediately made him furious. Without hesitation, he prepared to unleash his killing technique. His aura suddenly rose. Suddenly, his spine seemed to be stuck, completely not listening to him. "You want to fight with me?" He did not immediately let Ghost Claw make a move. Every battle, to Tang Tian, was a rare opportunity for him to fight. "Huh, now you can't move. From now on, you're called Little Rot Tan Girl." He turned to look behind him. He felt weird. Why isn't he catching up? Isn't his speed a little too slow? The little girl was shocked to realize that the gorilla had actually stuffed the silk handkerchief back in her mouth. She struggled with all her might, but could only let out whimpering sounds. This kind of person, if they were to attack a city, one person would be able to destroy the city walls. Unin and the other two wanted to move. Suddenly, 3 figures flew out from Old Man Yu's back. They appeared in front of Unin and the other 2. Unin and the rest knew the 3 of them. Li Xian, Lu Qing, Ji Tian. They were all famous experts. Bing was also confused. He looked at Little Rot Tan Girl in Tang Tian's hands. "Why are you bringing her?" Scram! Unin did not speak any nonsense. He punched out again. Tang Tian's mind was roused. He told them about what happened that day, and his guesses. Bing also felt that it was reasonable. "Oh, if it's like that, they will definitely catch up. Let's find Ling Su first. He's the most dangerous. The person chasing him is very powerful." "Uncle Mu." Gu Shui panicked. Poof! A foot suddenly landed on his face. Gu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. She knew that Old Man Yu had ulterior motives. But to her, as long as Old Man Yu and the rest were around, Yin Xia and the rest would not dare to act recklessly. With that, he turned and spoke to Gu Shui. "Miss Gu, we like a quiet courtyard. Just now my subordinate was rash. He was too heavy-handed and injured your servant. It's a pity. Oh, here's the medical fee." The 4 of them swaggered into the Gu family. The 3 of them immediately rushed to the meeting point. Something was wrong. "What do you mean?" Gong Yishio chuckled. "Just a greeting. Who knew that the Gu family's main door would be so weak?" Gu Shui's face turned white. She suddenly understood. Yin Xia and the rest target was Tian. Yin Xia's face darkened. His killing intent surged. Everyone's face changed. "What are you doing? This is the Gu family." "That's right. If we don't come faster, the Gu family will be destroyed." Old Man Yu's face darkened. His anger was so strong that everyone around him felt their bodies tighten. A pressure enveloped them. Gu Shui's face was pale. She stared at Yin Xia. "This brat," Unin laughed out loud. He was filled with disdain and contempt. What bullshit, Tian Qing Mule. You're just SOSO. You're the captive. And Bing's eyes were still on him. This tall and sturdy man, although his strength was outstanding, he was wide open. It was completely different from Tang Tian's close combat style. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old. She had golden hair and black eyes. She was cute and adorable. She looked like a doll. There was no fear on her face. Instead, she was excited. Ling Su, let me do it. Tang Tian, who was in the air, shouted at the top of his lungs. Old man, you did not have any fear in his eyes. His imposing manner was not at a disadvantage. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will not let the Gu family be humiliated. Since when did the Su Shi group have the authority to search other people's houses? What a joke. Defeat him. Defeat him. As long as you defeat him, you can become stronger, Yin Xia said indifferently. Unless, old man, you wants to stop my Su Shi group from carrying out our mission. Tang Tian decided to give up. He quickly found Bing and Ghost Claw. They were not injured at all. TSK. Seems like this young lady is not an ordinary person. She looks like she wants to do something big. Old man, you would definitely be overjoyed to see such a scene. Gong Yishio laughed. If we destroy old man Yu's place like this, won't he be so angry that he can't breathe? After waiting for 2 hours, there was still no sign of her. After a while, the young lady's entire body was wrapped tightly by the old vines. She was like a straight vine pole. Not only could she not move, she could not even bend her body. Seeing Tang Tian rushing out, Bing was moved. How long had it been? And this rascal had already grown to such a shocking level. Such an impatient rascal. Bing took the little vine girl with a helpless look. But he knew that he was not in a suitable state to fight. For the sake of disguise, he did not wear any mechanical weapons. Instead, he had become the weakest member. Unan laughed. He took a step forward. His mountain-like body immediately attracted the attention of others. Mule's gaze was cold. Without hesitation, he punched out. The two fist auras collided. Mule only felt an astonishing force. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the courtyard. Hey, who are you? Chapter 162. Dang, dang, dang. With the continuous attacks, Tang Tian's physical strength and true power were depleting at an alarming rate. Attacking could take the initiative, but at the same time, the consumption was higher. Defending was usually passive, but the consumption was much lower. The big-sized man roared. Facing Tang Tian's power, he punched out. Every second was torturous. He knew the opponent's situation was not much better than his. The opponent's fist technique required space to execute, and in such a close-distance situation, there was no space and time for him to make a move. Tan Tue Blade's folding knife, and the figure that was like lightning roared, twisted his waist in mid-air, and punched the air wall. How is that possible? Tang Tian seemed to have expected it, and did not slow down at all. Just as he was about to crash into the fist aura, he suddenly lowered his body, and with a leap, he slipped through the gap between the fist aura and the ground. In the moment he slipped through, Tang Tian's palms borrowed the momentum from the ground and increased his speed. Tang Tian grabbed hold of a life-saving straw, and in a moment, he acutely grasped the key point. Tang Tian, who was in a horse stance, both his legs were like iron plows, fiercely plowing a 10-meter-long straight ditch on the ground. Shua! Tang Tian's eyes lit up with a cold aura. Both his palms in front of his chest, one at the front and one at the back, his waist suddenly sank down. Bang! The excessive consumption of true power in his body produced emptiness and lack of strength. His throat felt like it was on fire. The air that he breathed was no longer able to give Tang Tian strength, and he relied on his strength to continue. The orangutan young man's strength was not much stronger than the panda young man, but his fighting style was too slippery, too unexpected. With the same 10 points of strength, the panda young man could at most use 10 points, but the brat in front of him could use 12 points. The big-sized man's fist borrowed the momentum and the strength of his entire body. In one hit, actually did not break through the opponent's defense. His first reaction was, How is that possible? His strategy was rather successful. The panda young man was on the brink of death, but he did not expect that halfway through, another orangutan young man would appear. When he heard the orangutan youth's confident declaration of war, he knew that it was another tough one. The high-frequency oscillation of true power spewed out from his fist. The oscillation was instantly transmitted to every corner of the air wall. Bang, a not loud sound. The air wall collapsed like an avalanche. Tang Tian's eyes flashed with ecstasy. This guy's success. Fire tornado. It looked like a blade, but its power was surprisingly great, and it was as fast as lightning. The man sized up Tang Tian. The gorilla mask covered Tang Tian's face, but based on Tang Tian's voice, he could easily tell that his opponent was very young. The panda boy he had just fought was also very young. Before he could finish speaking, his vision blurred, and the other party rushed towards him. How could he break through the enemy's defensive circle? How long had it been since he was in such a sorry state? What Tang Tian didn't know was that the man opposite him was even more shocked. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. A blurred figure, bringing along the sound of the wind, suddenly barged into his vision. It was the orangutan youth. The blood in the man's body was churning, but he didn't have time to think. The barbaric and terrifying orangutan's attacks were like a sudden storm, so concentrated that he couldn't open his eyes. Tang Tian was also suffering. He had persisted for a full 5 minutes of crazy attacks, 5 minutes of using all his strength to attack. The opponent actually did not move. Tang Tian's attacks did not relax at all. Even though it consumed a lot of energy, his attacks were still like a torrential downpour. Great Monument Palm, White Crane Vortex, Tantue Blade, one after another. His energy seemed to be endless. He wanted to increase the distance. He could already see that the orangutan youth's fighting style was completely different from the panda boy. The orangutan youth was more proficient in close combat. The reason why his attacks were unable to break through the defensive circle was because his attacks were outside the defensive circle. What if his attacks were inside the defensive circle? In his vision, a ball of fire was rapidly enlarging. This fist contained a vibrating force. Suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the little rattan girl in Bing's hands. His face changed, revealing his killing intent. His left fist brought along countless vibrations, imprinting on the defensive circle. The man's heart jumped, but he couldn't care about anything else. The orangutan youth's speed was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. The man did not look down on the two of them because they were young. On the contrary, his face congealed. The panda boy's spear technique, just now, made him extremely shocked. If we were to say that he was slightly negligent and looked down on the carriage when it was destroyed, then after such a long stalemate, he had no choice but to admit the panda boy's strength. Tang Tian did not relax at all. The experience in the chamber of the 18 bronze figures had deeply taught him that sometimes victory and defeat were only a thin line apart. If you grab hold of an opportunity, you can win. If you miss an opportunity, you can lose. Tang Tian did not think so much. In battle, his body's instinctive reaction was always faster than his brain. His 18 times intuition, at this time, completely displayed its power. Just as the man was about to retreat, Tang Tian seemed to have expected it and followed up with another attack. With a step, his right calf in midair consecutively drew out 7 cold blade auras. Tang Tian instantly felt an intense pressure. The fiery red fist aura spun at high speed, bringing with it a whistling sound. Its power was terrifying. But at this time, the man did not have the time to sigh in admiration. In a moment of desperation, his left fist turned into a palm and suddenly struck out horizontally. The orangutan youth's proud voice instantly provoked the man. The man's eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura around his body suddenly exploded, and his speed did not decrease, but instead increased. As long as the opponent has a chance to breathe, the opponent will regroup, and your previous advantage will disappear. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly revealed a dazzling light. He suddenly bent down, his body sticking close to the man's defensive circle. He could only instinctively block. The man also knew that the air wall could not stop the orangutan youth. And, at the same time he struck out with his palm, he retreated. Ha! He knew that he needed to be more patient. This rascal's defense was really tight. It was definitely the tightest defense that Tang Tian had ever seen. The man used his true power to set up a thick spherical defensive circle, without any blind spots. Every attack of Tang Tian's landed on the opponent's defensive circle. Other than draining the opponent's energy, it did not cause any substantial damage to the opponent. He suddenly exerted strength in his legs, his figure like lightning, pouncing straight towards Bing, who a millstone-sized red fist aura, with a terrifying power, appeared in front of Tang Tian in a flash. The millstone-sized fist aura blocked the man's vision when Tang Tian drilled out like a ghost and pounced towards him like lightning. The man's face changed. From collapsing fist to concussion fist, Tang Tian's understanding of concussion far exceeded the average person. Such a tight defensive circle should be a type of defensive martial technique, able to form a perfect spherical defensive space. The man once again sized up the orangutan youth in front of him. The opponent was desperately swinging his arms, which made him feel slightly comforted. But this rascal's power was really strong. His previous guess was not wrong. The orangutan youth power was not weaker than the panda youth. Concussion fist. The muscles on the man's body bulged, almost bursting out his clothes. His right fist pulled back like pulling back an arrow. The fiery red fist aura instantly converged into a ball of fire whirlwind in his right fist. His battle experience was extremely plentiful. Upon exchanging blows, he realized that the panda youth spear technique, the stronger the pressure, the greater the rebound force. So he used a relatively safe strategy, continuously pressuring but not overly pressuring, continuously draining the opponent's physical strength and true power. Wahaha! I was already prepared for this move of yours. Pu, who knew how many times his arms had been hit. He felt as though he was fighting with the strongest orangutan in history. It had boundless strength, agile movements, and an astonishing beast's intuition. An extremely congealed wall of air protected in front of him. Tang Tian did not dare to shift his gaze away from the opponent. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air, his heart shivering. Such a strong power. After that hard hit, both of his arms were numb. The man knew that after seeing the young miss, his state of mind was unbalanced. A wrong choice caused him to reveal a flaw. And he had met a fellow who was extremely good at grasping opportunities, causing him to fall into a predicament. The man felt as though he was in a nightmare. There were a few times when he thought that the opponent was exhausted. He started to prepare for a counterattack, but the more violent attacks instantly extinguished his thoughts. Time continued to pass. In a daze, he had an illusion that the person in front of him was actually a robot orangutan. It never knew fatigue. All of you deserve to die. Tang Tian's concussion pattern, which had always been successful, only broke a small part of the opponent's defensive circle. This scene had happened many times before, but the man was always able to repair it before Tang Tian's next attack. But this time, Tang Tian's right hand shot through the hole like lightning, grabbing onto the man's fist. Wait a minute, space. 7 consecutive clear sounds of impact. With every impact, the man's chi would surge. Tang Tian's original technique of releasing force was already becoming more and more proficient, completely fusing into his martial techniques, causing the power of his martial techniques to increase explosively. When you have the upper hand, you must not give the opponent any chance to catch a breath. The man's strength was not weak, but with such a concentrated attack, it did not give him any chance to catch a breath and adjust. 7 small knives, causing the man's hands to go soft. What was the background of these animal youths? The fire tornado collided head-on with Tang Tian's palms. Who exactly are you guys? The man decided to change tactics and said, Do you know who we are? The man suddenly had a bad premonition, although he had dragged down the panda young man. But his own physical strength and true power were similarly exhausted. Suddenly, there was another orangutan young man who was not inferior to the panda young man. The opponent's fist energy was like a burning red drill. The moment it came into contact with Tang Tian's palms, an astonishing power instantly exploded. That's right, it was space. Its power was still astonishing, and its attack was still so violent. Tang Tian felt his palms go numb. His palm technique was about to disperse. His heart shivered. He exerted strength from his waist, forcefully holding on. He did not relax his defense, but his legs were unable to stabilize his body. Chapter 163. Tang Tian's face was apologetic. I couldn't find the scarf, so I could only use this instead. Tang Tian, who was grabbing onto the man's fist, shook his hand without hesitation. A strong vibration spread throughout the man's body, numbing his body, and his defensive circle immediately crumbled. So be it. Ling Su snorted coldly. The female guard said, "Gather all the men you can. Even if you have to dig 3 feet under Filan Star, you have to find Princess Mingzhu. If you can't find her, your position as the master of the star will come to an end." Zhai Hengzhan. Tang Tian revealed a look of suspicion and turned to ask Ling Su, "What are those fellows from Su Shi group called again?" Looking at Tang Tian's smug look, Zhai Hengzhan was dumbstruck. "I surrender," Zhai Hengzhan immediately said. "Everyone, don't worry. We will not pursue this misunderstanding." Zhai Hengzhan said helplessly, "You guys don't even recognize the Su Shi group symbol? Our carriage is hung with Marquis Wu's symbol." The master of the star immediately felt a chill down his spine and immediately called for a guard. "Go, with the fastest speed. Tell Su Changtian, no matter what, we cannot take action against the Gu family. Get them to stop where they are and wait for me. You move now." "Space, that's right, it's space." Tang Tian took the chance to jump into the man's embrace. Being brought along the little Rot-Tan girl, and the group hurried back to the Gu family. "We cannot use force." The female guard quickly understood and overturned her previous plan. "You don't need to gather men, but gather all the experts. The deacons in your hands are definitely reliable. The crux of this matter is not you guys, but the local families." The female guard said, "They are the local tyrants, and their influence in the local area is not something you guys can compare to. If we want to find any clues, we'll need their help." Tang Tian scratched his head. He was caught unprepared by the current situation. After a while, he finally came back to his senses. In order to prevent the other party from escaping and resisting, Tang Tian dislocated several of the other party's joints and tied him into a straight Rot-Tan stake, with only his head sticking out. At this moment, the man was sweating profusely. His face was deathly pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He knew very well how terrible Marquis Wu's temper was. Marquis Wu was definitely capable of sacrificing the whole of Filan Star, and he would also die. When the Rot-Tan girl in Bing's hands heard that, her black eyes immediately widened. Zhai Hengzhan smiled. "Do you have a grudge with the Su Shi group? These people are definitely not ordinary bandits. They are very powerful." The female guard's expression softened as she said, "Moreover, the enemy has set up an ambush in the Crane Beak Valley. Obviously, they know our route like the back of their hand. They definitely have a plan. This has to be confirmed. We can't just listen to his side of the story." Bing said solemnly. Actually, he knew in his heart that there was a high chance that they got the wrong carriage. Furthermore, as the one who planned this, it made him lose face. The Star Master did not dare to delay. "I'll do it now." The female guard's face immediately darkened. On his panda mask, there was a clear footprint. Ling Su and Bing turned their heads, as though they did not know him. The Star Master drew inferences. The biggest family in Black Mountain City is the Goof family. That group of country bumpkins would definitely not dare. "I'm not from the Su Shi group." When Zhai Hengzhan heard that, he more or less understood what was going on. His heart calmed down. Not only Tang Tian, even Ling Su was stunned. "Yes," the Star Master said quickly. He immediately suggested, "Do you want to check on those outsiders?" Tang Tian did not care about Ling Su. Instead, he asked Zhai Hengzhan curiously, "Your strength is not bad. Why aren't you ranked in the Su Shi group?" "It can't be. How can a fellow from a Su Shi group be so spineless?" Ling Su ran over and sized up the burly man suspiciously. Yin xia, unin, gong ishio su a wang, there's no such Zhai Hengzhan. Ling Su stared at Zhai Hengzhan with an unkind gaze. He was actually defeated by this fellow. The female guard said indifferently, "In the name of Marquis Wu, invite all the patriarchs and experts to Black Mountain City to discuss important matters. Who dares not to come?" Marquis Wu? Tang Tian was stunned. He turned and asked Ling Su, "Ling Su, do you know Marquis Wu?" The power of the joint technique was that it would usually choose those soft joints that were hard to reach with true power. In history, it was common for famous experts to be killed by consecutive attacks, due to carelessness due to the enemy closing the distance. The Star Master nodded his head. As expected of someone by the princess side, his thinking was clear. "No way." Ling Su immediately stopped him. "What if they lie to us?" Tang Tian did not hide anything. He said calmly, "Yes, he wants to find trouble with us. We plan to make the first move." To any martial artist who was proficient in the joint technique, once he obtained a fulcrum, then the joint technique that would follow would be like a chain reaction. It would explode in a short period of time. "That's right. I surrender," the other party said straightforwardly. The Star Master, this man who did not even dare to breathe heavily in front of the female guard, was actually the supreme ruler of Phylan Star. The Star Master. Tang Tian coughed lightly. He pretended to ask, "Since you are a captive, you must have the awareness of a captive." "All right, captive, report your name." "Zhai Hengzhan." The Star Master was instantly energized. No one dares not to come. And Su Shi Group and the local power of Phylan Star are in a fight. The Star Master was a little guilty. This matter with Su Chang Tian, he decided to turn a blind eye to it, because he shared the benefits with him. When Zhai Hengzhan heard about the Gu family, his eyes flashed with a hint of thoughtfulness. "Marquis Wu dotes on Princess Mingzhu. You're also an old friend of Marquis Wu. I believe you are very clear. If anything happens to Princess Mingzhu, Marquis Wu will not hesitate to bury the entire Phylan Star with her." Tang Tian was amused when he heard this. He pointed at Zhai Hengzhan and laughed. "I used to say this often, but every time I would pursue it, and I would definitely pursue it to the death." The female guard did not hesitate to consume her blood. She ran with all her might for a day and a night. Her face was covered with dust, but at this time it was cold. The big man turned pale with fright. He elbowed outwards, trying to push Tang Tian out. But he obviously underestimated Tang Tian's attainments in close combat. Tang Tian leaned his body slightly, avoiding the big man's elbow, and took advantage of the situation to touch the big man's elbow joint. It was definitely a disgrace. Fortunately, the guys in the group were not here, or else his life would be over, if it wasn't for Tang Tian. Wait a minute, Tang Tian, this bastard actually dared to make a move on him, dared to snatch his opponent. After being reprimanded, the Star Master's face turned red. He knew that what he said just now was indeed not logical. But Zhai Hengzhan panicked. Just as he was about to speak, a rag stuffed his mouth. Ling Su glared at Tang Tian. "Yes," the Star Master immediately replied. When Tang Tian successfully dislocated the opponent's joint, the big man knew that he had lost. "We have a hurry." The female guard's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bing also spoke. "We can't let them go. We don't have the energy to tangle with them now. It's better to tie them up. There must be people from other powers that have infiltrated." The female guard did not lose her composure. She said in a deep voice, "Seal the starry door. Before we find the princess, no one is allowed to leave Phylan Star. Those old fellows, I'm afraid they won't be so obedient." The Star Master was in a difficult position. Tang Tian pulled Zhai Hengzhan over. His face darkened. "Humph, you actually dared to lie to me. We have to hurry back. Shui alone will definitely not be able to stop the Su Shi Group." Tang Tian said without hesitation. "Go back to the Gu family. Your subordinate understands." The Star Master was forced to a dead end. He knew that if he found Princess Mingzhu, he would be punished. But his life would not be in danger. If he could not find her, his entire family would definitely not have a single survivor. Not from the Su Shi Group. Tang Tian was even more suspicious. Then why are you in the carriage? Don't tell me you were also captured by them? That's not right. You're obviously free. His face suddenly changed. Not good. The Sushur group wants to deal with the Gu family. So, stay here obediently for now. Wait till we take care of that lousy Sushur group. Then we will naturally let you go. Tang Tian patted Di Hung Zhan's shoulder. With a face full of sincerity, he comforted him gently. We recognized the wrong carriage. Tang Tian spread his hands and said the embarrassing truth. We were actually attacked. Princess Mingzhu was kidnapped. The female guard who was fighting with Tang Tian had a pale face. There was a man beside her. This man's face was pale, and he was trembling with fear. A Sushur group and a local force of Phylan Star? The female guard sneered and said contemptuously, even if you give them 1,000 guts, they would not dare to appear in the carriage with Marquis Wu's emblem hanging on it. Not to mention, they would dare to kidnap Princess Mingzhu. After the guard left, the female guard continued. The other party is extremely strong. We cannot be careless. Moreover, after the other party succeeds, they may not necessarily stay at the same place. You guys rope in the families and let them become our eyes and ears. Once we find any suspicious people, we will start to investigate. The guard heard and was shocked. He quickly said, yes. Zhai Hongzhan seemed to have understood something. He immediately said, since you have figured it out, can you let us go? I don't know. The anger on Ling Su's face had not dissipated yet. He snorted and said, who knows which remote corner it is? One look, and I can tell that you have no experience in Jianghu. Let me tell you, in Jianghu, the more frightening the person is, the more likely it is a cat or dog. What happened in Black Mountain City? The female guard became spirited. Kaka. The closest place to Crane Beak Valley is Black Mountain City. The Star Master's expression suddenly changed. Could it be related to Black Mountain City? The female guard shook her head. Don't beat the grass and scare the snake. If the enemy is desperate and tries to harm the princess, we will not be able to atone for our crimes. Moreover, since the other party has made so many preparations, it is very possible that they will use some hidden chess pieces that have been lying in ambush for a long time. After saying that, she carried Zhai Hongzhan and stood beside the little Rot-Tan girl. One big and one small, the two Rot-Tan pile people stood side by side like two sculptures. The sudden surrender caused Tang Tian to be startled. Whether it was the other party's majestic and burly physique or his stubborn and tenacious performance, Tang Tian thought that the other party would rather die than submit. But the other party actually surrendered. The female guard's tone was cold. After saying that, Tang Tian directly carried the tied-up Zhai Hongzhan. Chapter 164. Bing quietly shifted to the side to distance himself from the two of them. Zhai Hongzhan and the little Rot-Tan girl were placed vertically inside. Tang Tian warned them, you better not move. If you dare to move, humph humph. Tang Tian noticed that the little girl's eyes were darting around. Obviously, she did not take his words to heart. Miss! Suddenly, the housekeeper's shout came from outside the courtyard. Ah! Tang Tian was shocked. Anger flashed across his face. Are they seriously injured? Who did it? Seeing the fear in the little girl's eyes, Tang Tian was satisfied and kept his dagger. The footsteps outside the house were getting closer. Tang Tian quickly closed the cupboard and threw the orangutan mask on his face inside, along with Ling Su's panda mask. Once Gu Shuai left, Tang Tian's anger suddenly exploded. These assholes! We must not let them go. The little girl looked at Tang Tian with disdain and rolled her eyes. Less than 100 counts? Are you using your own standards to measure me? I'm sorry to disappoint you. My mathematics was taught by Master Agda, minor in astronomy. Language was taught by the erudite Master Lither, proficient in 3 languages, have a rough understanding of 6. Painting was taught by Master Ning Yuan. Dancing was taught by Master Gong's son. Other than that, my interests include mechanical techniques, research on spirit nuclei. The little girl knew that her words had subdued Tang Tian, and heaved a sigh of relief, and calmly said, the second danger is that you have not figured out the Sushur group's intentions. If both parties have different intentions, and there is no fundamental conflict, then both parties will definitely compromise, and at that time, the Gu family will definitely become the sacrifice of compromise. Tang Tian suddenly calmed down and glanced at Ling Su. Are your injuries serious? The little girl said casually, to be honest, your current situation is very dangerous. After reminding Tang Tian, she turned and left. As the footsteps approached, Tang Tian's gaze swept to the cupboard in the corner of the room. His spirits immediately lifted, and he quickly opened it. The size was just right. The little girl felt her hair stand on end. The Tang Tian in front of her was like a dangerous beast. The little girl was still whimpering, which baffled Tang Tian. He removed the scar from her mouth and coldly snorted, "You better not play any tricks." As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized that her choice of words was inappropriate, and a blush appeared on the back of her neck. Gu Shue's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Tang Tian and Ling Su were startled. They looked at each other, and Tang Tian whispered, "Quickly hide these two things." Ling Su was confused. "What's that? Marksmanship?" Tang Tian was flabbergasted. He murmured, "What does the Gu clan have that would make the Deacon group jealous?" The knife used to eat roasted meat was still a knife. The cold edge of the knife was pressed against the little girl's neck. That bone-chilling coldness caused the little girl's body to freeze instantly. "What are you screaming for? You must be tired of living." Tang Tian's killing intense sword, and he looked like a fiend. Tang Tian was enlightened. He excitedly slapped his head. Such a simple method. Why didn't I think of it? The little girl revealed a proud look. Actually, it's very simple. Let the Gu clan walk out from under the protection of Old Man Yu. Let them walk out into the sunlight and be seen by everyone. Under the sunlight, there will be nowhere to hide. If anyone wants to reach out to you, they will have to think twice. Old man, you will also not be able to retreat now. The scarf covered her mouth again. Her eyes widened as she stared angrily at Tang Tian. Tang Tian's hands and feet turned cold. Although he was not smart, he could tell that what the little girl said was right. He forced himself to calm down. Then what is the second danger? Although I did not hear much just now, I can roughly guess the Gu clan situation. The Deacon group obviously has some intentions towards the Gu clan. However, I believe that you have not figured out their true intentions. As for that so-called Old Man Yu, it is obvious that he is trying to establish his own prestige. Now that both sides are in a standoff, the Gu clan is the fuse of the whole incident. There are two dangers in this. First, that so-called Old Man Yu is standing up for the Gu clan. He's not at ease. If I were Old Man Yu, other than taking the opportunity to establish my own prestige, I would also take the opportunity to swallow the Gu clan. The Gu clan is weak and besieged on all sides. It is simply a big fat piece of meat. Why not swallow it? Moreover, don't forget that you are the fuse. If he wants to control the situation, he will definitely have the Gu clan firmly in his hands to prevent any variables from happening. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief and patted Ling Su's shoulder with a feeling of "I am not lonely." Ling Su and I decided to have a good fight. However, this place is too small, and we are afraid of damaging the house. We ran a little too far and got lost. Tang Tian laughed. This thing, the little girl's angry whimpers were cut off by the cupboard. This guy and the orangutan mask are really a perfect match. Tang Tian could feel the deep concern in Gu Shue's words. He couldn't help but feel touched. His expression softened and he said, "Yes, I know. Here, here." Tang Tian quickly waved at Ling Su. Yes. Ling Su was also filled with righteous indignation. In the name of justice. Tang Tian scratched his head and pretended to be confused. We don't know either. If we knew, how could we get lost? Coming. Gu Shui rolled her eyes at Tang Tian. I came 2 days ago. Fortunately, I didn't count on you. You can't be relied on at critical times. I need to rest for a while. Gu Shui already regretted telling Tang Tian about this. She knew that Tang Tian would not let it go. She was worried that Tang Tian would be injured. She quickly said, "It's not a big deal. Tian, don't go out too often. I have already told them that you are in closed-door training. This matter is not so simple. This is a fight between the Su Shi group and the local tyrants. Although the Sushur group is not weak, the various families are also very strong. Both parties have been in conflict for a long time, but they have always maintained restraint. This time, it has completely exploded. What we need to do now is to observe the situation. Brilliant. Bing praised. He looked at Ling Su in astonishment. She turned and lowered her voice. She looked at Tang Tian. Tian, don't be reckless. Although you are powerful, you can't handle their numbers. Gu Shui saw Tang Tian and Ling Su. She heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she frowned and asked, "Where did the two of you go to fool around? Tian is not back yet?" Tang Tian exposed a harmless smile. He caressed her head and said hypocritically, "Genius young lady, I will try your method first. If it works, I will thank you again." "Got it," Gu Shui replied. "But luckily you guys are not here. Those fellows are too rude and unreasonable." Old Man Yu and the rest came in time. There was no big conflict. Gu Shui's tone became gloomy. "But Uncle Mu is injured. This fellow who does not have the awareness of a captive." She changed the topic. "Don't you want to know how to deal with him?" No one. Seeing that, Gu Shui became even more worried. "Tian, you must not make a move now. These few days, there are many experts from different families coming. The situation here is very complicated. Tian, you must not be reckless." Tang Tian's face darkened. He stared at the young lady. "If you don't want to suffer, you better not make such a joke." Bing waved his hand helplessly. "I am just an instructor. I'm not good at such schemes." The young lady's face revealed a cold smile. Tang Tian's heart turned cold. He was stubborn. "That depends on whether we agree or not." The young lady gasped for breath. She opened her eyes wide and said innocently, "I am good at scheming. I can help you." Ling Su snorted. "If I were to say, we will fight when the time comes. Someone once said that all justice is upheld with fists. It's not heavy. I can recover after meditating for 2 hours." Ling Su was eager. "Do you want to fight?" "Wrong. Is it to uphold justice?" Tang Tian sized up the young lady. He laughed. "How old are you? Have you learned all the arithmetic that is less than 100? What schemes are you talking about?" Tang Tian, Ling Su, and Bing were dumbstruck. Gu Shui calmed down. "I will go take a look." Tang Tian changed the topic. "Are the people from the Su Shur group here yet?" Ooh. Ghost Claw and Bing returned to the cross door. The young lady sneered. "Who knows? Maybe it is that beautiful lady from before. Just from her voice, I know she is a beautiful lady. Justice will defeat evil," Ling Su said righteously. No matter how mischievous the young lady was, she was completely frightened. "Old Man Yu invites you to discuss," the butler immediately said. "Che!" Tang Tian snorted. "Don't try to scare us." Tang Tian was disappointed. He muttered, "Even you don't have a solution? If only Chie was here. She would have a solution." Tang Tian's attention was diverted. "How do we deal with them?" "You?" The young lady sneered. "It is not that I am looking down on you. Old Man Yu has a huge power behind him. This is called power. Do you know what unstoppable means? Once the power is formed, you will not be able to stop it. You just need to find a few people and kill you. Would the Gu family have a problem with that? You are powerful, but they have too many people. To be attacked by the mysterious people, oh, they can completely push the excuse to the Sushur group. This kind of thing, of course it was done by the Sushur group, creating a new round of conflict. Do you know any arithmetic within 100? Tang Tian turned and asked Ling Su. Ling Su was at the side. He looked down and did not say a word. What ideas do you have? Tang Tian looked at Bing with anticipation. You are now our dog-head advisor. Gu Shui was shocked. His face calmed down. He raised his voice. What is it? Tang Tian's face was gloomy. All justice is protected with fists. Tang Tian could not help but think about this sentence. That's right. It is to protect justice. Tang Tian snorted. His face revealed a sinister look. So what if they have more people? Just because they have more people, they can make us swallow our anger? There must be a way. Bing, come out quickly. Bing's figure appeared. Creak. The door was pushed open. Zhai Hengzhan was still all right. He was calm. The little Rot-Tan girl's eyes widened. Suddenly, the cupboard banged. The young lady looked proud. Such a child's play. Woo-woo. When Tang Tian and the rest appeared at the back door of the Gu family, they realized that there were no sounds of fighting. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The group of people familiarly made their way to their backyard. If you dare to move, I will cut your face. Tang Tian stared at them. He purposely lowered his voice to threaten them. Lost. Gu Shui was startled. She asked curiously, How far did you guys run? Are you all lost? Tang Tian frowned. He angrily went to hit the cupboard. The young lady let out a woo-woo-woo sound. Tang Tian took out an extremely sharp dagger from the Aquarius Marshall cabinet. The dagger still had the fragrance of roasted meat. Tang Tian usually used it to cut roasted meat. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He carried Jai Hongzhan and snuck into the room like a thief. Behind him was Ling Su. Chapter 165. Li Xian and Ji Tian's expressions softened slightly. Both of them looked at Wu Zexing provocatively, and Wu Zexing's face darkened. Ever since Gu Shui walked into the hall, a few gazes immediately became extremely heated. Li Xian and the rest heated gazes sized up Gu Shui without concealment. A green sword, without warning, was pressed against Li Xian's neck. The cold blade made Li Xian believe, if he dared to move, this sword would cut his neck open. Gu Shui bowed, smiled, and said, The heroes I've seen these few days is more than what I have seen in the past 10 years. Gu Shui bit her lips. Her face was extremely pale. A sense of humiliation that she had never felt before rose in her heart. She felt like she was a commodity, being snatched here and there. No one asked for her opinion. Good. Wu Zexing bellowed. Suddenly his aura exploded. He stepped forward and stabbed with his sword. He blocked the true power, but had no way to attack. It was so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. The young and impetuous Li Xian and Ji Tian agreed without hesitation. Seeing no reply, Wu Zexing smiled proudly, turned and walked towards the pale Gu Shui. The eagle claw sword suddenly disappeared from the air. Wu Zexing smiled slightly. Miss Gu must be joking. I don't deserve the title of hero. Countless green rays, like gossamer, drilled into the eagle claw sword in his hand, only to see the eagle claws grabbing the sword body. Suddenly brightened, the 3 eagle claws shot out 3 rays of light, along the sword body, straight to the sword tip. Sigh. Old man, you purposely dragged his voice. If nephew Zexing can't be a hero, who can? Can an old man like me go be a hero? A beauty matched with a hero. Don't tell me Zexing wants to give up the beauty? Pa! Ding! I lost. Li Xian's throat was dry, his face ashen. Wu Zexing said coldly, Who's first? Ji Tian's face was full of shock. He had no intention to fight. That sword just now, if it was him, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. Wu Zexing's strength had actually reached such a shocking stage. Wu Zexing did not waste any time. He revealed the sword in his hand and said lightly, This sword is called Eagle Claw Sword. It's a bronze treasure of Aquila constellation. You must be careful. Li Xian's body went stiff. There was a wave of discussion in the hall. It was obvious that Ji Tian's words resonated with everyone. Li Xian only felt a wave of cold intent heading straight for his neck. He was immediately overwhelmed with shock as he used the whale engulfing ring to protect his vitals. Wait a minute. I, Li Xian, am not married either. Miley clan is not any worse than the Wu clan. Old man you, aren't you being biased? Li Xian suddenly stood out with a gloomy face. Li Xian was ranked 45th, and Ji Tian was ranked 43rd. Their rankings were almost the same, and their strengths were very close. So Li Xian and Ji Tian were not afraid at all. The treasured sword in his hand was obviously not an ordinary item. The body of the sword was suffused with a faint white light, and the hilt was shaped like an eagle's claw. Li Xian was not flustered at all. The whale engulfing ring in his hand released rays of golden light. Those green sword rays were unable to shake these golden lights. Gu Shui's face turned pale, and her limbs turned cold. She forced a smile and said, Old man, you've wronged me. Gu Shui's parents have passed away. Taking charge of the Gu clan, I have long made a vow not to marry in this lifetime, and to guard the Gu clan well. Hey, Godlike young lad. Someone actually dares to snatch your sister? If this can be tolerated, what can't? Sigh. This righteous and bright young lad is definitely not someone who stirs up trouble. Anyway, if this matter were to happen to me, I will definitely not take it lying down. In her mind, the image of Tang Tan's silly grin suddenly surfaced, and her heart instantly ached. A cold smile surfaced on Wu Zexing's face. The green light silks that flew out from his arms became even more concentrated and dazzling. His body shook, and a spot of green light, like a grain of green light, collided with the halo. Old Man Yu's eyes revealed some pride. Wu Zexing represented the Wu clan. The Wu clan was not a small clan, but one of the top 5 clans on Filan Star. When Gu Shui heard such blatant words, she was not happy in her heart. But her face was very calm, and a faint smile hung on her face, as if she did not hear it. All of a sudden, the green sword auras that were dancing in every corner all shot towards Li Xian at the same time. At this moment, another voice leisurely sounded. Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with deep shock. Nobody at the scene actually saw clearly when did Wu Zexing move to Li Xian's back. Exclamations instantly sounded from the crowd. The Li clan's strongest bloodline was the Wisdom King Blood Meridian. It was also one of the strongest bloodlines on Filan Star. It was said that once the Wisdom King Blood Meridian was activated, one could possess the Wisdom King in battle and was extremely powerful. The halo instantly collapsed. Li Xian waved the whale engulfing circle. A dazzling golden light screen, like a huge golden light axe, whizzed and slashed towards Wu Zexing. The circle technique that he trained was called the Golden Axe Circle. Wisdom King Blood Meridian. Walking out of the hall, Gu Shui sorted out her emotions. Her gaze became determined again, and a faint smile appeared on her face again. The sudden change caught Old Man Yu unprepared. He was shocked and angry, but in the blink of an eye, he laughed out loud and raised both palms. I didn't think that a joke from an old man like me would provoke so many heroes. Miss Gu is in a dilemma now. They are all young heroes. Which one of them isn't valiant and heroic? Sigh, this is also the trouble of happiness. Others yearn for one of them, but can't get it. But Miss Gu has suddenly welcomed 3 young heroes. How to choose? This old man does not dare to say anymore. Everyone, let's rely on our own abilities. Bullsh *T. A voice filled with rage could be heard by the crowd. It made Wu Zexing stop in his tracks. A murderous intent suddenly surfaced in his eyes. Ring, ring, ring. That's right. Ji Tian stood up and said coldly, "To think that we are at the beck and call of Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu acts like this. How can we be convinced?" Some of the weaker ones could not withstand the power of the light axe and retreated. And those martial artists who were confident of their outstanding abilities stood firmly. A ray of green sword gleam appeared out of nowhere and hit Li Xian's whale engulfing circle. The Gu family now was bustling with activity. Experts were everywhere. The green sword gleam pierced the halo, but it could only make the halo tremble and was unable to advance an inch further. Li Xian jumped out of the field and said proudly, "I'll go first." Wu Zexing revealed an awkward look, while the rest's faces darkened. Li Xian only saw a faintly discernible true power drilling into his meridians. It was not the feeling of destruction like ordinary true power, but empty and hard to grasp. Striding into the hall, he heard Old Man Yu's clear voice, "Miss Gu, come, this young talent. You must get to know him." Breeze sword Wu Zexing. When old Mr. Wu was still around, he and I were best friends. This time I sent a message to the Wu family, and Zexing, my good nephew, came personally. I was instantly reassured. His speed was extremely fast. Rays of golden light curtains waved out. The sky was filled with light axes whistling. The scene was absolutely shocking. After Li Xian activated the Wisdom King Blood Meridians, the danger he faced increased, his figure blurred and disappeared. But a scene that no one expected appeared. When Gu Shui raised her head, Wu Zexing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Gu Shui's appearance was originally beautiful, her skin whiter than snow, delicate and fragile. As if she had gone through countless hardships, she instead gained a sense of tenacity and magnanimity. Her temperament was even better than before. Then I'll use you as a warning to others. All right. The circle of devouring whale made a melodious sound. A golden light blossomed from the circle of devouring whale. Circles of golden halos suddenly appeared on top of Li Xion's head and fell down, protecting him in the middle. The smile on Old Man Yu's face disappeared. He squinted his eyes. Oh, this is no problem. With Brother Zhe Xing's protection, the Gu family will definitely prosper. I believe that the Gu family's various elders will definitely agree. Who's afraid of who? The heavy whistling of the axe light could not stop the clear whistling of the sword. But Li Xion's ability was not mediocre. This slight respite allowed him to finally find a chance to attack. A dark red dot of cinnabar appeared on his forehead. His eyes suddenly turned cold, his face slightly pale, as if he had changed into a different person. Before he could counterattack, a faint green sword gleam suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, piercing straight towards his eyes. In his shock, he could not care about anything else. Lowered his waist, the faint green sword gleam brushed past the tip of his nose. There was actually someone who did not know what was good for him. Li Xion's face turned pale. He did not expect Wu Zhe Xing's swordplay to be so strong. The sword gleam was faintly discernible and formless, totally unpredictable. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage from the start. He gritted his teeth. The whale engulfing ring in his hand spun rapidly in his palm. When he heard Tang Tian's angry scolding, the pale Gu Shui suddenly raised his head. In his lifeless eyes, a palpitating look lit up. Wu Zhe Xing was about 30 years old, his expression steady, tall and big, his face square and eyebrows wide, his palms thick. He was a famous expert on File and Star, ranked 41st 5 years ago, and was dedicated to martial arts. Usually did not care about worldly affairs. No one knew how his ability was now. But almost everyone thought that Wu Zhe Xing's ranking would probably rise again. Wu Zhe Xing's heart was greatly moved. No matter in terms of looks or family background, Gu Shui was impeccable. What moved him the most was Gu Shui's calm and magnanimous demeanor. He liked it very much. Wu Zhe Xing's expression calmed down. He slowly walked into the field and said in a deep voice, "We are all martial artists. Since that's the case, then let's use our abilities to speak. Whoever wins will have the beauty." Gu Shui's body swayed, her face pale. The Gu family was far from the Wu family. If the elders knew that she could marry Wu Zhe Xing, they would definitely agree. Wu Zhe Xing smiled slightly and said humbly, "Uncle is too kind. Uncle is our backbone. Without Uncle coming out to raise his arms and cheer, how would there be so many heroes gathered here?" But Gu Shui was not very happy. She was very clear that everyone here had ulterior motives. They had their own plans. Under such circumstances, the Gu family was struggling to survive, treading on thin ice, a little carelessness, and they would fall into an irrecoverable situation. But facing the aggressive Su Shi group, the Gu family had no other choice. Everyone stared at Li Xion in bewilderment. Li Xion's ability was actually much stronger than what they had imagined. Everyone couldn't help but perk up. The chance to spar with such experts was rare. Li Xion snorted coldly. 2 bronze rings appeared in his hands. Who doesn't have a star treasure? Cetus constellation bronze treasure, whale swallowing ring. Wu Zhe Xing's expression was calm. He moved the eagle claw sword in his hands and looked around the field. Who else? But Wu Zhe Xing's eyes flashed a hint of seriousness, but he did not panic. The eagle claw sword in his hands seemed to be waving casually. Pieces of green sword rays unimaginably appeared in every corner of the hall. Old Man Yu leisurely said, "Miss Gu is in her prime and unmarried. Nephew Zhe Xing, also unmarried. Isn't this a marriage bestowed by the heavens? The Gu family has a foundation, and the Wu family is one of the few big families on our File and Star. Both families are well matched. Both of your parents are not around, and I bumped into you today. Why don't I be the matchmaker and make this a good story?" Ding! Li Xion was 22 this year, And Ji Tian was only 21. They were still young. Their futures were limitless. Wu Zexing was already 30, although his ability was stronger than both of them now. But no one could be sure of his future. Chapter 166. Ji Tian's peerlessly shocked expression did not move Tang Tian in the slightest. It was as if he was looking down at an ant-like existence from above. That ice-cold indifference was so strange, yet so familiar at the same time. Tang Tian's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. His gaze was like a raging and blazing flame. Those who were swept by his gaze felt as if the surrounding temperature had suddenly risen. A bloody mark, fresh blood meandered down Ji Tian's forehead. His eyes were tightly shut, and he had already fallen into a coma. One of the clan elders mumbled, "It's also time for Schwerer to get married." Gu Shue's terrified scream, at this moment, in his ears, gave him an inexplicable pleasure. He felt that the blood in his body was boiling, burning his skin to the point of pain. The intense anger made the depths of his body tremble, as if something was about to break out of a cocoon. But everything, in that flash that seemed to have been predicted, everything changed. No one expected that Tang Tian actually dared to make the first move. Didn't he know that the opponent was far stronger than him? When that flame-like youth brought up a blazing afterimage in the air, the crowd exclaimed. As if struck by lightning, Wu Zexing's body stiffened. His mind went blank. His eyes were filled with disbelief and bewilderment. Missed, the sword that he was determined to win, actually missed. Following that, with his legs as the center, a ring of invisible airwave, carrying countless shattered stone slabs, swept in all directions with a loud bang. Gu Shue liked him, and this was just the flying stones. Huh! Ji Tian, who was in front of Old Man Yu, could not hold back, and shouted angrily, "How dare you? Definitely dead." Old Man Yu's eyes squinted. In his murky eyes, murderous intent floated. But the overall situation was under control. He was not worried at all. Without batting an eyelid, he roped in the 3 clan elders. Just as Old Man Yu was about to open his mouth, Tang Tian suddenly grinned eerily. His speed was not fast. Such a Gu family is not worthy of Shue's protection. Tang Tian shook his head and casually said, "If that's the case, then I'll wash the Gu family in blood." Ji Tian was stunned. The breathing of the 3 clan elders suddenly stopped. The blood drained from their faces in an instant. Their bodies involuntarily trembled, and the sound of their teeth chattering could be heard clearly in the deathly silent hall. Wu Zexing's pupils suddenly contracted. Every step that Tang Tian took would leave a clear footprint on the stone slab. He noticed the change in Gu Shue, as well as the fear on the faces of the others. He knew that his methods had caused these people to feel fear. He was extremely pleased with himself. He wanted to tell these guys that even if they were stronger than him, they would not be able to do anything in front of him. Tang Tian grinned again, revealing his snow-white teeth. After the commotion, the hall fell into a strange silence. If he did not quickly suppress it, then his prestige. This guy was for real. Everything that the little girl said, he had completely forgotten. His crimson vision was firmly locked onto Wu Zexing. Shue's heart right now must be filled with despair and heartache. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he didn't feel any killing intent from the sword that was so exquisite that there wasn't even the slightest bit of smoke and fire. At this moment, in midair, a pair of legs wearing copper boots landed heavily. The extremely hard green stone slab was like tofu, sinking up to the knees. The 3 clan elders clutched their deformed throats, their faces full of fear, and fell softly. In an instant, Gu Shue, who subconsciously exclaimed, felt as if her heart was tightly gripped by a hand. Fear and despair filled her body, taking away the last bit of warmth from her body. "Tian, be careful." The young man soared into the air. His figure that seemed to be covered in raging flames was fixed in Gu Shue's blank, snow-white vision. Tang Tian, who was in midair, had nowhere to borrow strength, and was about to die from this sword, who knew that Tang Tian's body actually strangely bent, as if he had long expected this sword, and brushed past the tip of the sword. At the entrance of the hall, a young man's figure stood proudly. Ling Su very sensibly hugged his silver spear and dodged to the side. He was a little speechless as he looked at Tang Tian, who had already gone berserk. Why did he have to sacrifice her, abandon her? Endless murderous intent permeated every corner of his body. The usually self-proclaimed good composure was now completely thrown to the back of his mind. Anger was like a howling storm, raging in Tang Tian's heart. For the sake of your filthy world, for the sake of your great cause. In an instant, hot tears rolled down his cheeks. The despairing cold face felt the warmth of the tears. Why do you have to do this? But Tang Tian actually dodged. He really dodged this sword. Ji Tian was like looking at an exquisite work of art. His face was full of praise and amazement. As for Tang Tian's ending, he did not even think about it. Tang Tian suddenly stopped laughing, his gaze fixed on the 3 clan elders, not saying a word. The 3 clan elders were scared. The fear on their faces was even more serious. The fist collided with the short rod that Ji Tian had raised. No one noticed that Tang Tian's eyes were blood red. Everyone felt the hall shake. On the pillar that they were hugging, Ji Tian was deeply embedded inside. A turbulent power gushed out, like a flood released from a dam, unstoppable. Ji Tian's short rod was like paper. Tang Tian's fist, through the short rod, sunk into Ji Tian's flesh. The terrifying power made Ji Tian unable to think, as if he was rammed by a rhinoceros. With a scream, like a cannonball, he crashed into the pillar of the hall. The broken stones sank into the wall like a rain of arrows. The other martial artists in the hall seemed to have woken up from a dream and quickly protected their bodies around them. But the power that came from the broken stones made everyone's heart aghast. He was shocked and angry. He realized that he had miscalculated. His opponent was not a middle-aged man with deep foresight, but a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. A reckless youth. Gu Shui was his, possessed by the devil. When they saw Wu Zexing's soundless sword, almost everyone thought Tang Tian was dead for sure. Just now, they saw with their own eyes how Wu Zexing's soundless sword broke Li Xian's wisdom king blood meridians. When he reacted, that youth who was like a blazing flame, like a meteorite whizzing over, appeared in front of him almost instantaneously. Wu Zexing struck, and this time, Wu Zexing still made a sneak attack, and attacked without any warning. Wu Zexing, who was holding the sword hilt, the empty feeling from the sword tip, was so familiar, yet so unimaginable. This voice kept ringing in his heart. This sword, he was extremely focused. He even had a feeling that this was the strongest sword he had ever thrust out. The roar was filled with anger, repression, despair. He wanted to blast out all his emotions, all his fury, all the storm in his chest, through this one punch. You bastards, why did you do this to her? He strode forward, step by step, toward the hall. Old man, you did not expect that Tang Tian would actually say such a brazen and naked threat in front of so many people. She must feel helpless. Everyone looked at this youth with a face full of shock. This sentence was said casually, as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner, but the murderous aura and the stench of blood seemed to rush towards them. Suddenly, everyone seemed to see on the street where blood flowed like a river. A youth like Azura stood proudly. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word, but at this moment, he struck. This sword, he did not hold back. Just now, when Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian, he saw it all. At that moment, for the first time, he felt his heart being pricked. That indescribable pain and the anger that followed engulfed him like poison. This change came so suddenly, so unbelievable. Don't be afraid. Old man, you smiled warmly and said, I am here with so many heroes here. I will not let you be wronged. Why don't you make it clear? Tian, a muffled sound like a belated drum beat. Everyone's heart trembled. The infuriated Tang Tian felt that there were countless monsters roaring and howling in his body, countless storms brewing in his chest. He felt as if he was about to explode and die. The moment he waved his fist, a force from the depths of his body, like a volcano eruption, gushed out. A fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. She must be feeling cold. Gu Shui's face was so pale it made one's heart ache. Poof, poof, poof. Dong. When the three elders walked out, Gu Shui's face was completely drained of blood. She looked at the three elders in disbelief. Tang Tian's legs suddenly exerted force, and he brazenly pounced towards Ji Tian. Everyone was not mentally prepared. Even Ji Tian was not the least bit mentally prepared. When Ji Tian saw Wu Zhe Xing's ghost-like sword, his face involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. Tang Tian's tone was calm, but it was as if a bomb had been dropped in everyone's heart. Ha 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 ha! Tang Tian was really enraged. Kill him. Only Tang Tian's beast-like roar, like rolling thunder, reverberated in the hall. He hurriedly raised the short stick in his hand and placed it in front of his chest. Suddenly, a piercing laughter resounded in the hall. Everyone could not help but turn their gazes. Tang Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke and burst out laughing to himself. Suddenly, in the snow-white field of vision, a green sword appeared without warning. It was like a bamboo leaf hidden in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Poof, poof, poof. Not good. Who's coming? Who's coming? I didn't expect you bunch of old fools to be this shameless. Tang Tian suddenly grinned. Even the breath that he breathed seemed to be as hot as flames. Wu Zexing's swordplay was so superb that it was shocking. This is impossible, impossible. I will never allow it. Old Man Yu's smile on his face became even wider. I've long heard that Miss Gu has 3 very strong friends. Seeing them today, they are indeed extraordinary. Old Man Yu chuckled, as if he did not mind. But the Gu family's matters. Let the Gu family decide. It's better for the children to avoid arousing suspicion. Elders, come out and speak. You are Miss Gu's elders. There's no harm in talking. The 3 clan elders walked out, and when they looked at Tang Tian, their gazes were filled with fear. They had seen with their own eyes how valiant Tang Tian was. Towards Tang Tian, their hearts were filled with fear. Boom! No one could avoid this sword. Chapter 167. Ling Su's aura was much stronger than before, but what shocked her the most was Ling Su's determined expression in his orange-red eyes. The awe-inspiring aura seemed to be unshakable. The world in front of her was so strange, yet so magical. Unless, old man, you could take down both of them at once and decide the outcome with one battle. Both of them fought extremely intensely. Unexpectedly, he failed miserably in such an easy task. Old Man Yu's heart flashed with a trace of regret. With Ji Tian's ability to knock him unconscious with one punch, the power of this punch must be terrifying. Wu Zexing was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot. Today, he was humiliated by the younger generation again and again. If he could not finish off these 2 bastards with his own hands today, then from today onwards, the name Bree Sword would be the biggest joke in the whole of Island Star. Tang Tian's strength was like a bull, but it was absolutely impossible for him to have such shocking power. His expression was dazed. He looked at Ji Tian in disbelief, and then suddenly lowered his head, looking at his own fist. His speed and strength had increased tremendously, but why was it like this? Although they had not known each other for long, but these few days he had seen Tang Tian's standard and was very clear. The power of this punch had exceeded Tang Tian's usual ability by too much. The martial spirit was like a ball of silver flame, jumping deep between his brows. It emitted a silver-white glow, reflecting on the tendons, bones, blood, and flesh in his body. This was the first time that Tang Tian could see the scene in his body so clearly. Wu Zexing was also stunned. This sword of his was actually blocked by another person. The blood mist tightly wrapped around these 2 drops of blood, the wisps of blood mist like thin silk wrapped around the 2 drops of blood. Tang Tian stared fixedly, completely forgetting everything that was happening outside. Or was there an unknown power hidden in his body? The crowd was in an uproar. What he said was his true intentions. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly widened. But what was surprising was Ling Su did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Everyone knew the Gu family had three very powerful helpers. The most impressive among them were the ones who killed the Hua brothers, Tang Tian and Ling Su. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Tang Tian landed lightly on the ground, the expression on his face was very strange. He tried to throw out a punch. The moment the punch was made, his pupils suddenly dilated, a completely different feeling transmitted from his arm to every corner of his body. He could clearly feel the powerful power. In the dead silence of the hall, under everyone's gaze, he closed his eyes, stretched out his arms, and carefully felt the changes in his body. Wait, the speed and power. Those words made Wu Zexing's face turn green and red. He did not expect that someone dared to say such impolite words in front of him. Opening his arms and closing his eyes, Tang Tian was like a statue, standing in the middle of the hall, not moving an inch. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes the dwarf blood and angel blood shrunk little by little until they disappeared. The beast-like roar still lingered. Ding! The battle with Li Xian made everyone believe Wu Zexing's power was already enough to fight his way into the top 30. Ling Su looked at Tang Tian, who was roaring in the hall, his face full of shock. How could this be? The two balls of thick blood mist also quickly faded and became exactly the same as the surrounding blood mist. These changes seemed to be very slow. Looking at Ji Tian on the pillar again, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Tang Tian perked up with a thought. The scene inside the ball of blood immediately appeared in front of him. There were 2 drops of blood in the ball of blood. Tang Tian's heart jumped. He recognized at one glance. The 2 drops of blood were the dwarf blood and angel blood that he swallowed. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The situation on both sides was already irreconcilable. And in this matter, Old Man Yu was in the wrong. First, when he was dominating, no one made a sound, but now it was enough to shake Old Man Yu's reputation. Ji Tian on the pillar gradually became clear. The blood mist seeped into his muscles and bones. Tang Tian saw with his own eyes his muscles and bones changing bit by bit. This was a change that he completely did not understand. But justice will prevail over evil. The silver spear is the sunlight. Ling Su said in a deep voice. His expression was firm. The stern air between his brows made his face seem to be covered with a layer of strange luster. The figure holding the spear seemed to be shrouded in a white holy flame. Even if these two were not from the Gu family, but they were willing to stand up for Gu Shui, obviously their relationship was not shallow. The heart-palpitating metallic sound could be heard by everyone in the hall. One Gu family actually had 2 such strong masters. I'm sorry, your opponent is me. Wu Zexing looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. That sword of his was his own creation called Shadowless Breeze. He rarely used it, because there were not many opponents who were qualified for him to use this sword. But this sword had never missed before, and some of the more active people recalled what Ling Su said previously and the gaze that Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian. Those present were all experienced people. How could they not understand the meaning behind it? Courting death. Tang Tian dodged Wu Zexing's determined strike, settled Ji Tian with one punch. It made everyone dumbfounded. They dared not believe their eyes. They did not expect that the other Ling Su was also so strong. He was originally a tyrant. Now that he had cut off all means of retreat, without any hesitation, he rose up. Once this thought popped up, it made Wu Zexing shiver uncontrollably. An inexplicable panic filled his heart. An even more absurd and terrifying thought followed. Could it be that he had already seen through his own sword path? Heavy breathing gradually pulled Tang Tian back to his senses. The blood color in his vision slowly receded. Tang Tian noticed the 2 small blood mist balls in the blood mist. The blood mist around these 2 small blood mist balls was even thicker. The surrounding blood mist was also continuously entering the blood mist balls. A smile formed at the corner of Tang Tian's mouth. He was wild with joy, but what followed was deep puzzlement. Until now, he still did not understand How did Tang Tian dodge his sure-kill sword? Why did the other party, at that time, make a turn and turn? Was it coincidence? Or was it because he had predicted his sword? Wu Zexing had extremely strong confidence in his own swordplay. In these 5 years, he did not slack for a single day. He trained diligently. His swordplay gradually changed from intimidating to silent. Bree's sword was showing signs of great accomplishment. Tang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, as if a bolt of lightning flashed past his mind. He suddenly remembered the dwarf blood and angel blood that he had swallowed. Could it be? It sounded like a joke, but when it came out of Ling Su's mouth, no one could laugh. A spot of silver light bloomed. But very quickly, he regained his composure. He knew that he had no way out. If he did not win, all the reputation that he had accumulated previously would dissipate like an avalanche. The blood mist closest to the blood droplet was dyed into a color similar to the blood droplet. The blood droplet was rapidly shrinking, the surrounding blood mist, as if it was absorbing its nutrients, and then transported the nutrients to every corner of the blood mist. Ling Su pointed the tip of his spear straight at Wu Zexing, his face revealing a look of disdain. I didn't expect. The dignified Breeze sword is actually a despicable person who uses his strength to bully the weak, seduce beauties. It looks like a dog. But at this time, everyone's attention was attracted by the battle between Wu Zexing and Ling Su. But today he actually failed. Killing the Hua brothers had already made him speechless. To be evenly matched with Wu Zexing, how strong must his ability be? Tang Tian's angry roar in his ears was like the wind. What was that? How could it be? Among the crowd, there were quite a number of people who started to waver. 2 experts ranked within the top 50 and 2 experts ranked within the top 30 were completely different concepts. Wu Zexing struck out with his sword in anger. A glaring green sword light suddenly flew out from the empty space half a foot in front of Ling Su, as fast as lightning. Among the people present, almost no one could catch the trajectory of this sword. These 5 years, he had masked himself to challenge various experts, honing his own swordplay, and had never lost. This move, Shadowless Breeze, was his trump card. In a fit of rage, he struck out in anger. He thought that it was a sure kill attack, but he did not expect that it actually failed. Wu Zexing recovered from his daze. When his eyes regained clarity, in the middle of the hall, Tang Tian spread out his arms like there was no one else around, his face flushed with blood. When he punched out just now, Tang Tian only felt extremely satisfied. It was an indescribable joy. A cool feeling rose from the depths of his body. His whole body was abnormally light, as if his body was a little lighter. Without hesitation, he suddenly charged towards Tang Tian. At this moment, his eyes suddenly blurred. A young man in white stood with a spear, blocking in front of him. Gushua looked at Ling Su with some surprise, anticipating his own Shadowless Breeze. However, although the Hua brothers had been famous for a long time, and were among the top experts on File and Star, but regardless of fame or ability, they could not be compared to Wu Zexing, who was born in a prestigious family. Facing the crazy Wu Zexing, he actually did not retreat half a step and fought strength with strength. Old Man Yu was rash this time. Since when he was actually disregarded like this? Tang Tian stared blankly, his face revealing a puzzled expression. He suddenly jumped, his whole body shot up like a rocket, and rushed to the top of the hall. Bastard! Thinking of the missed strike just now, it was like a thorn piercing deeply into his heart, and right now, Tang Tian's provocative actions immediately infuriated him. His body really became a little lighter. Ling Su regained his composure, but a strange look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, Tang Tian, who was like a statue in the hall, suddenly changed. Old Man Yu's eyes revealed a rare look of hesitation. The situation in front of him was far beyond his imagination. His gaze swept across the others. The fellows who previously followed his lead, now all retreated. No one dared to stand out. Could it be that something had happened to this fellow? But he did not know what kind of shock he was about to bring to everyone outside was about to happen. His body was filled to the brim with blood essence, like a thick blood mist, filling every corner of his body. This was Old Man Yu's eyes that were always half closed, suddenly opened. In his murky eyes, an undetectable light flashed past. Chapter 168. Phew. Being provoked in front of everyone. Even if Old Man Yu's chi cultivation was superior, he couldn't help but blush and feel extremely hot. Look quickly. A strong air wave, with terrifying power, swept through the entire hall. The weaker martial artists, as if they were hit by a wild beast, could not stabilize their bodies and were pushed to a corner by the airwave. Even someone as strong as Old Man Yu could not maintain his composure at this moment, revealing a deep sense of caution and alertness. Beside Tang Tian's feet, a weak airflow quietly formed, rolled up, and formed an extremely small whirlpool. Unan's expression was extremely terrible. I'm afraid we've gotten into big trouble this time. Tang Tian's exposed skin was trembling like waves. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, a series of bone-cracking sounds were heard. Inside Tang Tian's body, it was as if some monster was breaking out of its cocoon. Boom. No one could answer this question. Suddenly, time seemed to have stopped. All the explosive sounds suddenly disappeared. The turbulent airflow suddenly stopped and solidified. Old Man Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. The uneasiness and sense of danger in his heart became even stronger, as if it was real. His eyes revealed some surprise. This uncertainty. He had been famous for so many years, but had never seen such a strange thing. Ling Su was not the least bit prepared for the sudden explosion of airwave. He hurriedly moved with his spear, appearing behind a pillar. He was shocked when he realized that the one who caused this commotion was Tang Tian. His expression was stunned. Other than Ling Su and Wu Zexing, who were fighting fiercely, the rest's gazes were all attracted by this scene. No one had ever seen such an unimaginable and impactful scene. The other martial artists immediately became excited. This guy, what was his background? Old Man Yu stood up, his face dark, slowly walked towards Tang Tian. A wave of pressure, as if it was real, suddenly dispersed. It was not as aggressive as Tang Tian's, but it was old and spicy. A few streams of air currents formed and engulfed the surroundings, causing the air around Tang Tian to become extremely unstable. The exclamation made more people wake up as if they had just woken up from a dream. They shifted their gazes towards Tang Tian, who was in the middle of the field. They were stunned by the scene in front of them. Yan Xia said solemnly, "It's his bloodline. He seems to have activated his bloodline." "Activate my bloodline?" Suo Guang almost cried out in surprise. He suppressed his voice and said, "Activating the bloodline at this time. This is to Tang Tian, who had his arms wide open, had his eyes closed, and was motionless. He was so quiet that he looked like he was sleeping. Pu. This was also why he was so attentive and sent out hero invitations. Countless gravel scattered all over the stone floor like startled ants. He had enough chips in his hands, so he was very confident. They widened their eyes in fear and curiosity, not daring to shift their gazes away. His current situation was extremely dangerous. No one noticed. Their gazes were all deeply attracted by the intense battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing. Only Old Man Yu seemed to sense something. His snow-white eyebrows also twitched unnoticeably. Suddenly, he seemed to have returned to the battle with Zia. Although that battle did not cause his ranking to drop, but it had a huge impact on his reputation. But more importantly, confidence. After that battle, he spent 7 years before he regained the confidence of a top expert. For some reason, once this thought popped up, it was like a shadow that could not be erased. The top 10 was like a dividing line. Every one of them was a big shot, and the top 10 to 20 were all tyrants. But for the ambitious Old Man Yu, who wanted to bring glory to the family, tyrants could not satisfy him. But his ranking was hard to rise, so he thought of using reputation and seniority to make up for his lack of ability. An indistinct sense of danger suddenly arose in Elder Yu's heart. No one knew. The situation after that was too smooth, so he had the idea of attacking the Gu family. Justifiably, the Gu family was extremely crucial to his plan this time. He had to hold the Gu family firmly in his hands. Without the Gu family's request, he had no reason to interfere. And today's situation was even more serious. If he failed, Ling Su could contend against Wu Zexing, and Tang Tian, who defeated Ji Tian with one punch, was definitely not below Wu Zexing in terms of ability. His momentum now was even more frightening. From the start, Old Man, you did not expect that he would be dragged into this. Old Man, you really did not like to fight with enemies he did not understand, because that would be very dangerous. He had been famous for decades, and had seen countless martial artists stronger than him fall into the hands of those unfamiliar and dangerous enemies. He had always been very cautious on this point. It was precisely because of his cautiousness that allowed him to maintain his position after so many years. Tang Tian's figure, as if separated by a rapid flow of water, was blurry. It was as if they were looking at a terrifying storm brewing in front of them. A question rose uncontrollably from the bottom of everyone's heart. When this storm formed, what would it be like? Step by step, he walked towards Tang Tian, his hair and beard all standing up. Such a powerful aura. This commotion finally attracted the attention of some martial artists who were engrossed in the battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing. What would it be like? Everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as they stared blankly at Tang Tian in the field. He started to hesitate in his heart. When Tang Tian punched Ji Tian just now, he could tell that Tang Tian's strength had increased dramatically because he had joined the demonic path. But the scene in front of him was definitely not something that could be explained by joining the demonic path. He decided to observe further. Suddenly, Tang Tian raised his right arm, his index finger stretched out like a gun, and pointed straight at Old Man Yu. His momentum rose sharply, as if he had pulled open a sluice gate. The already overflowing flood surged like thunder and poured out. The untamed and arrogant challenge, without any leeway and retreat, was clearly and unmistakably transmitted into everyone's ears. Wu Zexing, who was floating in the air, looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. But he had miscalculated. This fellow, what kind of freak was he? Suddenly, Tang Tian opened his eyes. Hoo! Heavens! What's going on? Old Man Yu's gaze stared closely at Tang Tian, dispelling any intention to attack immediately. He could not figure out what kind of transformation was happening to Tang Tian. This was an awe-inspiring ranking, but at the same time, an awkward ranking. But his attention very quickly shifted to Tang Tian, who had revealed himself in the field. Yen Xia heard the three people's sighs of relief. He knew in his heart, Unin and the rest no longer had the courage to fight with Tang Tian. But, luckily, there was someone even dumber who blocked for him. Straight body, straight index finger, the Tang Tian who stood tall was so unfamiliar. No anger, no roar, but at this moment everyone present, including Wu Zexing, were stunned by this unfamiliar Tang Tian. Old Man, you have been famous for more than 40 years. He was the true evergreen tree of Phylon Star. It was under his leadership that the Yu family fought their way into the ranks of the tyrants of Phylon Star. His reputation was extremely high. The only defeat in his life was in the hands of the Knight Swordsman Xia. Xia appeared out of nowhere that year, challenged all four sides with his sword, without a single defeat, and finally ascended to the top. An indiscernible sound sounded from within Tang Tian's body. That aura, so strong. Old Man, you took a deep breath and threw this thought to the back of his mind. His expression was solemn. The clothes on his body fluttered, full of energy. That defeat did not cause Old Man Yu's ranking to drop, because that year was known as the year of the Night Curtain. Almost all the masters of Phylon Star were defeated by Xia. However, life was unpredictable. After that, no one knew what happened to Xia. His temperament changed drastically. His martial arts skills regressed from the first place to the 5th place, and he also became the most famous assassin of Phylon Star. The Tang Tian, who had his eyes closed and arms spread before him, became more and more mysterious. Swoosh! The airflow became agitated. The sound also changed from the sound of breathing to the sound of fluttering flags in the wind. The gravel beside Tang Tian's feet, moved by the agitated airflow, rolled, and ran on the ground. Old Man Yu was so angry that he laughed. "Then let this old man teach you a lesson, you arrogant brat." He did not think much of Tang Tian and Ling Su. The 50th place to ordinary martial artists was something they needed to look up to, but to him, it was only the same as his subordinates Li Xian, Ji Tian, and the rest. And he believed there would be masters from various families coming in continuously. He could gather at least 8 martial artists of this level. Moreover, there was still Wu Zexing, who could fight his way into the top 20. Old Man Yu's ranking had been stable at the 15th place. But before he could make a move, there was a sudden change. Piak, piak, piak. A cold smile appeared on Yin Xia's face. Old Man Yu was in big trouble this time. This battle, it was either life or death. "Hey, old man, you and I shall settle this with a battle today." A series of sounds exploded from within Tang Tian's body. Wu Zexing, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, was not prepared at all. When the air wave rushed to within 3 feet of his body, he then felt a sense of danger. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment the air wave reached his body, he had already adjusted his body, like a leaf drifting away with the airflow. When the 3 heard, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Unyielding, determined, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Tang Tian retracted both his arms. His dark red gaze fell on Old Man Yu without any scruples. The explosions became more intense. The air around Tang Tian became even more agitated. The aura of an impending storm shrouded everyone's hearts. Tang Tian's eyes were as red as snow, but revealed an indescribable coldness. The shocking aura, the martial artists in the hall, changed their expressions, as if their hearts were grabbed by an invisible hand. Their bodies did not listen to their commands and could not move an inch. Yin Xia actually agreed with Unin in his heart, but he said, "We are just a small problem. The big one is Old Man Yu. We only injured Gu Shue's men, but Old Man Yu even wants to snatch Gu Shue." In the corner, no one noticed that Yin Xia and the rest were mixed in. Yin Xia's expression was solemn. His gaze was filled with astonishment. And beside him, Unin and the rest's expressions changed. The air within 5 feet around Tang Tian seemed to be boiling. Countless turbulent airflows collided and rubbed against each other. The concentrated explosions were incessant. The sparks produced by the friction between the fine airflows flashed intermittently. "Who exactly is this fellow?" Gong Yishio's voice revealed a hint of panic. Such a strong aura made him tremble with fear. Following that was a loud bang. The unstable air belt around Tang Tian instantly shattered. Chapter 169. Rippling River Fan. Eridanus Constellation Bronze Treasure. It looked like a gentle breeze and a gentle rippling technique, but he could smell an extremely dangerous aura. Tang Tian flicked his finger. A white vortex flew out from his palm. Wu Zexing's failure made Old Man Yu's face change slightly. To be able to defeat Wu Zexing, that Ling Su's power was much stronger than he imagined. This was definitely a terrible outcome. Gong Yishio's spirit was lifted. He was originally good at planning. Instantly his thoughts were clear. That's right, with the arrival of the deacon, their power would increase exponentially. And after this, Old Man Yu's plan this time would be ruined. The Gu family and the other families had deep conflicts, and no one would help the Gu family. At that time, the Gu family and these 3 fellows would just be fish on the chopping board. The color of the steel on his 10 fingers became even darker. That's right, but Tang Tian's speed is really scary. If it was another person, he would have long been defeated. Just as Old Man Yu was shocked and frightened, the palm aura that was like a stone tablet instantly exploded. Shwa, the fan opened. On it was written the words "Rippling River." Although he was shocked, but Tang Tian's footsteps were not the least bit affected and were unusually smooth. A dazzling silver light, like a rainbow, suddenly appeared and hit the empty space. Tang Tian was instantly shocked. Ling Su stood with his spear. A painful expression surfaced on his face, but his eyes were strangely calm. "Teacher, is this the victory of justice that you spoke of?" Ling Su's spine was trembling slightly. The sharp pain from the needles surged like a tide, almost drowning him. The bandages on his body were already completely soaked. Ling Su took a deep breath. He tremblingly executed the majestic stance. Almost as soon as the majestic stance was formed, his body stopped trembling. Teacher, is this what you meant by being a good person? Such ferocious power. Ding! Tang Tian didn't doubt his own intuition at all. Even though his speed and strength had increased to a point that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach, his greatest strength was still his intuition. With a tap of his toes, Tang Tian's figure disappeared in a flash. According to Bing's theory, the current Tang Tian was not suitable to provoke Old Man Yu, because he had not digested the power he had just obtained. However, Tang Tian couldn't care less. The power he had just absorbed was stirring in his body. They seemed to feel Tang Tian's disgust and hatred for Old Man Yu. Ling Su, you have to win. Seeing Gong Ishio's unwillingness, Yin Xia patted him on the shoulder and reminded him, don't be discouraged. Wait for the deacon and the others to come. Old man, you had already entered his battle state. The light aura in his eyes exploded. His expression was ferocious and awe-inspiring. In his hand, there was a light blue fan. Tang Tian acutely sensed the fluctuation in Old Man Yu's state of mind. Without any warning, he suddenly changed his direction and rushed towards Old Man Yu. Old Man Yu staggered forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with shock. Yin Xia said softly, until now, the conflict between us and the Gu family, no, to be exact, the conflict between us and Tang Tian and the other two is not irreconcilable. If we lower our stance and obtain Gu Shue's forgiveness, it will be easy. If Gu Shue doesn't pursue the matter, we will naturally have no conflict with them. But if we take action, then there will be no way out. Gong Ishio suddenly lowered his voice and said, Boss, is it possible for us to take the chance? Ling Su, you are doing the right thing. You are fighting for something meaningful. Ding! Everyone could not help but be surprised. Just now, Yin Xia said that Old Man Yu had the upper hand. They did not expect the boss to say that he was optimistic about Tang Tian. Tang Tian immediately changed his fighting style from the previous tentative fighting style to a more aggressive and oppressive fighting style. As fast as lightning. So fast, Old Man Yu was caught off guard. He grunted and took a step back as if he had been pushed. Justice Origin Pierce. A green sword suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. Tang Tian was successful in every endeavor. The crane vortex that would cause his enemies to be flustered, this time in a light-colored fan aura that resembled the sea, disappeared without a trace. And this old bastard's crime was unforgivable. It felt quite good. Both sides were originally in a very balanced position, but Old Man Yu's flaw caused a very slight deviation in this balance. For an ordinary martial artist, this was not a big mistake, but for a battle of this level, any slight negligence could determine the outcome of the battle. Ling Su's white robe was also a mess. The 5 fingers of his left hand behind his back kept trembling, but his eyes did not waver at all. Shadowless breeze. Yin Xia looked at the field and said to himself, this battle, for Old Man Yu, there is no other way but to win, and the pressure is great. As for Tang Tian, as long as it is a draw, it will be a victory. And Tang Tian has the moral right. For his age, it will make him more fearless and brave. Most importantly, Tang Tian has not yet familiarized himself with the power he has just obtained. This is actually Old Man Yu's best chance. But Old Man Yu is too cautious. When Tang Tian starts to slowly familiarize himself with a new power, the balance will tilt. The martial artists who were watching with widened eyes only felt a blur in front of their eyes and lost sight of Tang Tian. Only Yin Xia, Unin, and a few others could catch a glimpse of Tang Tian's figure. Yin Xia was still fine, but Unin's expression changed in an instant. Tang Tian's speed far surpassed his. The orange-red pupils quickly calmed down. Heavenly dragon energy. Wu Zexing's hair was disheveled. He looked like he had gone mad. There was no trace of the calmness on his face. He was like a ferocious beast, staring fiercely at Ling Su. His palm slashed lightly. However, At this moment, the battle between Ling Su and Wu Zexing reached its climax first. Yin Xia's eyes lit up as he watched, and said in a deep voice, "It's hard to say." In terms of strength, both sides have their advantages and disadvantages. Tang Tian has the advantage in speed and strength. While old men use martial techniques are stronger, his true power is more vigorous. And now he is lowering his stance. Maintaining a defensive stance, it will not be easy for Tang Tian to win. Old man use 3 mountains and seas is at the point of perfection. If Tang Tian does not accidentally fall into it, it will be dangerous. Tang Tian did not have the habit of letting others make the first move. He made the first move. Tang Tian's speed was not slow in the first place, and the dwarf blood not only increased his strength, it also greatly increased his speed, and the angel blood greatly increased Tang Tian's speed. With the two added together, Tang Tian's speed now was much stronger than Hua Rong at his peak. Gong Yishio was silent. Just his origin core pierce. His speed was extremely fast, although the crane vortex was like a clay ox entering the sea without any reaction. But Old Man Yu's fan aura was also unable to touch Tang Tian at all. Tang Tian tried to attack from different directions. Old Man Yu was unusually alert, but it all ended in failure. Old Man Yu's footsteps did not move. He knew that his speed was not as fast as Tang Tian, so he might as well stay still. But his fan aura was unusually powerful. Tang Tian was also very wary. Wu Zexing flew backwards at an even faster speed, crashing onto the wall. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. With a rumble, the entire wall collapsed, burying him. Old Man Yu was shocked. He immediately reacted and secretly knew that things were not good. Tang Tian's heart was suddenly alarmed. Yin Xia could not hold it in any longer. He suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Double blood meridians!" Ling Su's gaze suddenly became sharp and determined. He took a step forward and thrusted his spear. Crane vortex! Everyone was horrified. Almost without thinking, Tang Tian tiptoed, his body bent, and suddenly appeared beside Old Man Yu. Looking at the slowly walking Old Man Yu, he was not the least bit nervous. On the contrary, he was eager to try. He wanted to see how powerful the dwarf blood and angel blood that he had just absorbed was. Unin followed up and asked, "Don't tell me boss thinks highly of Old Man Yu?" A spot of silver light burst out, even more dazzling and blazing than before. They were evenly matched. "Boss, who has the upper hand?" Suo Guang could not help but ask. "No." Yin Xia unexpectedly shook his head. "I think more highly of Tang Tian. Only victory was worthy of the pointed sea spear." Ling Su and Wu Zexing seemed to be struck by lightning at the same time. Both of them directly flew out. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them consecutively broke a few pillars before stopping their bodies. Tang Tian's body seemed to be filled with endless power. Old Man Yu's palm flipped, the fan shook, whoosh. A clear blue wave suddenly appeared in Tang Tian's eyes, like a line between the sea and the sky. The light of the fan was like a wave, not turbulent, like a blue wave blown by the wind. It looked like it did not have any destructive power. As expected of Old Man Yu, this 3-mountain sea fan technique is really smooth and flawless. An even more shocking crash than before made everyone's heart jump. He did not think that the crane vortex could kill Old Man Yu, but felt that it could still make Old Man Yu flustered for a while. Unexpectedly, Old Man Yu's seemingly casual roll of the fan actually broke this move of his so thoroughly. Willpower was the bridge from pain to power. The more pain one could endure, the more power one could possess. Ling Su, you are a man with a will of steel. You can definitely do it. Wu Zexing did not think that at this moment Ling Su could still launch such a fierce attack. A hint of madness flashed past his eyes. He did not dodge, his entire body riding on the sword, brazenly pierced forward. Exclamations sounded from the surroundings. Tang Tian's speed was really too fast. When they saw Tang Tian appear next to Old Man Yu almost out of thin air, they were all taken aback. Ling Su's heart instantly calmed down. The pain in his spine did not lessen at all, but another wave of scorching power rose from the deepest part of his spine, where the pain was the most intense, rose up along his deformed spine, from his shoulders and elbows into his 10 fingers. Old Man Yu's shrewd and ruthless performance made Tang Tian helpless. The heavy and powerful Great Monument Palm broke through the rippling fan's fan aura. The remaining force did not stop and crashed onto Old Man Yu's back. But Tang Tian did not stop for a moment. He appeared behind Old Man Yu like a ghost, another heavy whistling Great Monument Palm. Old Man Yu was already in a passive position. His elbow turned back. The rippling fan once again blocked this Great Monument Palm. Old Man Yu looked unhurried. With a flick of his wrist, the fan aura was like a large-sized brush, dipped in a light blue seawater, very casually rolled and retracted. The terrifying Great Monument Palm crashed into the endless sea of fan aura. Old Man Yu's fan obviously sank. He could not help but be shocked. Such a strong brute force. Old Man Yu was after all old, although his true power was getting thicker, but his strength had obviously regressed. He was not known for his strength. The power of Tang Tian's palm actually made him almost unable to block it. Yin Xia shook his head. Don't forget that mechanical martial artist has not come out yet. We have already underestimated Tang Tian and Ling Su. What if we underestimate this guy too? Great Monument Palm. After a few rounds, both sides fell into a stalemate. The surrounding martial artists also had some inkling. Chapter 170. What a pity. If he had someone to train him and absorb 2 more outstanding bloodlines, his future achievements would be even higher. No, that's impossible. Su Guang's teeth began to chatter. The mace slammed heavily on the steel shield that was 10 centimeters thick. Once the 600-kilogram mace was swung, it was an invincible killing weapon. Tang Tian's powerful strength not only allowed him to swing it, but also made it dance like a gust of wind. As long as one was touched by the gust of wind, one would be sent flying. 12 fist auras that resembled shooting stars shot towards Tang Tian with terrifying whistling sounds. Like a gorgeous necklace of light, they shot towards Tang Tian. In the year of the Veil of Night, Chia's strength was unprecedented. Within a year, he defeated all the experts in Humble Forest Planet, and with an indisputable attitude, he stepped onto the throne of Humble Forest Planet's #1. Although Tang Tian shone brilliantly, he was still much weaker than Xia in the past. Looking at the dense crowd in front of him, Tang Tian grinned. Su Guang stared straight at the field and answered dreamily, "We can't deal with him now." Unan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Who can guarantee that this is the limit of Tang Tian's strength?" Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Tang Tian flicked his finger, and the white crane vortex suddenly danced like a group of white cranes. When the fists collided with it, they were all bounced off by the high-speed vortex. Tang Tian felt extremely carefree, and he roared continuously. He had never learned how to use the mace, so he swung it with brute force. But this simple attack was extremely effective. The warriors originally thought that the narrow terrain could restrict Tang Tian's movement and make use of their advantage in numbers. But no one expected that Tang Tian would use such an unreasonable and violent attack method. "You want to run?" Tang Tian sneered, his killing intent surging. He was in an extremely bad mood after losing his prey. Ling Su was dumbfounded. Tang Tian was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Everywhere it passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet, and it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. This guy's strength is way too terrifying. Unan's voice trembled. He was known for his strength, but when he saw Tang Tian's inhuman strength, he trembled. That's right. Yin Xia's expression was equally terrible. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Fortunately, the blood of the dwarf and the winged man he absorbed were not top-tier silver bloodlines. Otherwise, it'll be even harder to deal with." Su Guang's ranking was not high, but he was relying on his incomparably fast speed to occupy a place in the Su Shi group. However, Tang Tian's speed made him feel ashamed. Onyx Soul's research and use of blood meridians had a long history. In Onyx Soul, blood meridians were even more important than martial techniques. In theory, everyone could activate their blood meridians. But in reality, people realized that it was not the case. Many people's blood meridians were ordinary, and their body qualities were not enough to allow them to withstand the power of external blood meridians. Gong Ishio muttered, "Saber-toothed tiger, saber-toothed tiger." Suddenly, Gong Ishio's excited voice startled them. "Look, that's a mechanical weapon. The Southern Cross Army's standard mechanical weapon, saber-toothed tiger. I did not see wrongly. It's the real deal." Needless to say, Suo Guang spoke in a dreamlike voice. "And his speed is too abnormal. How can we live like this?" Meteor chasing the moon. The martial artists under Old Man Yu awoke from their daze and rushed towards Tang Tian. The hall was so narrow. No matter how strong Tang Tian was, they would drown him. But people with double blood meridians were rare, and almost every person with double blood meridians would be seen as a genius. To be able to have two blood meridians at the same time, their starting point was higher than others. Everyone attacked together. Tang Tian had long noticed Lu Qing. His eyes flashed, his body swayed, and the few fist auras at the front started to waver. But he took the opportunity to suddenly dodge. This flash was as fast as lightning, and the few fist auras at the front brushed past his body. The great monument palm brought along a low whistle and descended from the sky. "But don't you guys feel that he is like a person?" Unin suddenly spoke. Suo Guang subconsciously touched his own neck. "Zia." Unin's face flashed a look of excitement. "Today's Tang Tian, isn't he like Zia in the past, appearing out of nowhere?" Yin Xia and Unin's faces did not look good. "Godlike young man, go, go, go." He started to think about how to get Tang Tian and the rest forgiveness, and erase the previous grudges. He could become the first seat of the Su Shi group, not only because of his strength, but also because of his intelligence. Tang Tian took the opportunity to dash forward, dodging the blade auras and fist auras that were sneaking up on him. He exerted strength in his legs and suddenly dashed into the crowd. The narrow terrain, to Tang Tian, was perfect for him to unleash his terrifying strength. The steel shield instantly broke into pieces. The shards shot everywhere, and one of the shards even sank into a martial artist's body. The martial artist who blocked did not even have time to scream and was directly sent flying, knocking down 3 people consecutively before landing on the ground. Including the 3 people that were knocked down, no one got up again. His eyes were red. A double blood meridian's age, 16? A 15-year-old young man definitely had a bright future. This was an extremely terrifying number, even higher than Hua Sha's after her blood meridians were activated. Yin Xia was stunned, and he thought even more. Other than being in charge of the daily affairs of Phylon Star, the Star Master was not without tasks. One of the most important tasks of the Star Master was to recommend more talented young men to the top, and this was why there was a Stargate trial. Very strong. Yin Xia's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration and surprise. So direct and efficient, unlike the martial artists of this era. Go! Lu Qing's strength was comparable to Ji Tian, and in order to save people, he did not hold back. His fists were like meteors, whistling as they pounced towards Tang Tian. The martial technique that Lu Qing relied on to make his name, Meteor Fist, a rank 6 martial technique. The punches were fast and heavy and had shocking power. This time it was a complete mess. The Meteor Fist aura that was bounced off, smashed into the crowd, and it was a complete mess. He naturally could not watch Old Man Yu die tragically in the hands of Tang Tian, and seeing that the situation was critical, he could not care about anything else, and pounced towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was now completely in a state of chaos, and rushed in front of Lu Qing like lightning. His speed was so fast that Lu Qing was shocked. But from the corner of his eyes, he saw that his comrade had saved Old Man Yu, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He crossed his fists, and like a slippery loach, he tried to burrow into the crowd. "This guy is too violent," Ling Su mumbled. "Not at all righteous, but it feels good." He knew that Tang Tian was powerful, and his first move was a killing move. Bing, protect Ah Shui and Ling Su. Stop. Boom. The martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack was shocked beyond words, but his reaction was fast. He raised the shield on his arm, lowered his center of gravity, and poured all of his true power into his arms. The opponents were like harvesting wheat, falling one by one. It was a spectacular scene. Bing carried Ling Su and landed beside Gu Shui. His huge figure was like a wall blocking in front of Gu Shui. Just as Gong Yishio was talking, Bing was like grabbing a chick, grabbing a martial artist who tried to attack Gu Shui, and with a kacha sound, he immediately broke his opponent's neck. Yin Xia was a little envious and a little regretful. Yin Xia and the rest were hiding in the corner. They were also shocked by Tang Tian's aggressiveness. Unin Suo Guang's face was pale and looked at the invincible Tang Tian with a face of fear. Yin Xia was stunned. The fist aura smashed onto the wall, and immediately the limestone flew everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air. Zia? Yin Xia was startled. He shook his head. Zia was much more powerful than Tang Tian back then, and directly reached the top. Who? Yin Xia asked casually. Unin's expression froze. After a moment, he then turned his stiff neck, his face extremely pale. Is it really double blood meridians? Yin Xia patted Gong Yishio's shoulder. He was very clear. Wanting to obtain the saber-toothed tiger was already impossible. Whether Ling Su and Tang Tian were outsiders or not, the Star Master would not mind. And there was also a mechanical martial artist with unfathomable strength. Such a team, even if the deacon was here, he would not be forceful. As expected, he is more powerful than we thought. Unin felt that everything that he had seen today was so bizarre. Where did such a powerful mechanical martial artist come from? The great monument palm print that was like a monument, like a meteorite, smashed onto the ground. Everyone felt the ground jump, countless dust flew, and the surrounding martial artists were all enveloped in it. A few martial artists who could not dodge in time wailed in pain, causing people's hearts to tremble. He waved his mace, the terrifying sound of the wind was enough to cause people's hearts to tremble. Tang Tian roared at the air. A bronze figure swept across the hall and pulled Ling Su up. A figure pounced towards Tang Tian. It was actually Lu Qing. He originally did not want to make a move. Seeing Ji Tian's miserable state caused his heart to feel cold. But he had never thought that Old Man Yu was actually not Tang Tian's opponent. Yin Xiao's face was also very ugly. A strange look flashed past his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "It's double blood meridians. Tang Tian must have activated 2 blood meridians. The Hua brothers' dwarf blood and angel blood should be in his hands. With such power and speed, there's only one possibility. He absorbed both blood meridians." Tang Tian suddenly pulled out a double-headed mace. It was Hua Sha's weapon. The weight was a shocking 600 caddies, extremely heavy. It was definitely a great killing weapon. Tang Tian's own strength was about 5 times that of a normal martial artist, and adding the dwarf blood, his strength had already reached 10 times that of a normal martial artist. Lu Qing was shocked. He had personally seen Old Man Yu vomit blood from Tang Tian's great monument palm. At that moment, he could not care about his image. His body curled up like a prawn and shrunk into the crowd. "Let me go." Ling Su was like an angry cat, of course a panda. He was extremely unhappy that he had fallen to the point of being protected by someone. He struggled with all his might in Bing's hands, but Bing's palms were like iron pincers. But there were some people who could not only withstand external blood meridians, but could also withstand more than one type of blood meridians, such as double blood meridians. Chapter 171. Dang, dang, dang. Did he just activate his blood meridians? This mechanical martial artist was much more powerful than what everyone had imagined. Who would have thought that there would be such a strong mechanical martial artist in the world? Su Chantian gasped for breath. Bang! The 2 broad axes dropped to the ground. He did not have the strength to pick them up. He gasped for breath with all his might. His chest felt like it was on fire. Perspiration soaked through his clothes. His 2 arms did not seem to belong to him. Bing glanced at Su Changtian. Without saying a word, he carried the unconscious Tang Tian and the mace. Clang, clang, clang. His heavy footsteps did not seem to be fast or slow. This brat such a strong strength. Clang, clang, clang. Buzz. Tang Tion's heart trembled. Borrowing the force of the recoil, his entire body flipped backwards. He flew back at an even faster speed. Master, are you all right? Yin Xia rushed to Su Tian. Help me out. Su Tian gasped for breath. The sound of metal clashing was even more deafening than before. It made everyone's ears go numb. Su Tian opened his mouth to speak, but he did not expect that Tang Tian did not even give him the chance to speak. The mace appeared above his head again. This time, it was even stronger than before. Tang Tian's sharp eyes noticed Lu Qing and Old Man Yu. Immediately, he cried out. His legs kicked hard. He soared into the air. The mace in his hands was raised up high. Killing intent filled his heart. Tang Tian naturally used all his strength. A huge bronze figure, like a bronze wall, appeared in front of Xia Yin without warning. Kill! But the mechanical martial artist that suddenly appeared had power that made Su Tian's heart tremble. The short stranger was quickly seen as an enemy by Tang Tian. The opponent was short and stout, but he was extremely sturdy. The two broad axes in his hands looked extremely heavy. He quickly placed them in front of him. He was in a defensive position. Tang Tian was extremely excited from the fight. He seemed to have lost all his strength. Tang Tian's roar reverberated throughout the arena. Tang Tian only felt a valiant power that was not inferior to his own, forcefully blocking his mace. The mace in his hands felt as though it had smashed into an incomparably thick copper wall. Before he could react, Tang Tian roared again. Carrying the mace, he pounced at Su Tian at an even faster speed. Damn it! Yin Xia was a smart man. He knew that the situation had changed. Could it be? Damn it! Lord Deacon! Yin Xia recognized Deacon Su Tian at a glance and was shocked. You must be sincere. No matter what kind of compensation they want, you must agree to it. Su Tian said in a low voice. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, I'll take you there. That's more sincere. The four of them were scared silly. These four words were like a ghost floating in their minds. The impact of this scene was so strong that it far exceeded the battle between Tang Tian and Old Man Yu. They even forgot to go and support him. Su Tian's limbs were weak. He had no strength at all. He panted desperately. His face was pale and his body was drenched in sweat. But at this time, he still shouted, Don't fight. Let's talk this out. Tang Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Thinking of the humiliation Shui had suffered, he was filled with anger. Such an old bastard who knew how many people would suffer in this world. Su Tian was already on the verge of collapse. He could not help but rejoice. If he really lost to Tang Tian, it would be really embarrassing. Yin Xia and the others were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They did not expect that Lord Deacon would actually be suppressed by Tang Tian. Dang! Su Tian's heart trembled. He did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated his true power and raised both his axes. Su Tian was known for his strength. It was not that there were no people who were stronger than him, but he had never seen anyone who was stronger than him. His strength had always been something that he was proud of. He did not expect that he would actually be suppressed today. Suddenly, a biting cold and ferocious axe aura suddenly lit up in front of him. Who? Yin Xia's heart turned cold. But when his gaze landed on Tang Tian, who was in the saber-toothed tiger's hands, he was stunned. Tang Tian had fainted for some reason. Dang! Tang Tian was completely enraged. The blood mist in his body was fusing into his flesh and blood at an even faster speed. Tang Tian's eyes started to show traces of blood. Under the huge recoil, Tang Tian, who was flying out forcefully, turned his body in midair. With an even faster speed, he pounced towards Su Tian again. Waving the mace in his hands, Tang Tian was like a madly dancing whirlwind, sweeping across the hall. Everywhere they went, screams rang out as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. His speed was incomparably fast to begin with, and the martial artists couldn't even escape. Competing in strength? Su Chan Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "That's good. That's good." Until another unfamiliar figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone then awoke from their daze. Using all his strength. How is that possible? Ka ka ka. Wah wah wah. Such a strong fellow. Just at this time, Unan rushed over. Hearing what the deacons said, they were all stunned. They could not believe their ears. Kill, kill, kill. Thinking of the Star Master's instructions, Su Chan Tian took a deep breath. He felt lucky that he had arrived in time. All the strength in his body burst forth. The mace that was raised high above his head suddenly disappeared from his hands. Only those martial artists with good eyesight could see the extremely heavy mace sweeping through the air at high speed. Every sharp fong was trembling violently, stirring up the air and emitting a deep and numbing sound. Su Chan Tian laughed bitterly in his heart. His gaze unconsciously fell on the unconscious Tang Tian. His heart was in turmoil. Seeing the ferocious Tang Tian, Lu Qing was scared out of his wits. He no longer had any fighting spirit. Supporting old man Yu, he rushed toward the collapsed gap. Tang Tian revealed a sinister smile. Fighting till now, he was in a completely berserk state. He felt like his whole body was on fire. Although the blood mist in his body had absorbed the dwarf and angel blood, it was not completely digested. It made Tang Tian extremely excited. Tang Tian did not have any intention of retreating. His opponent could actually contend with him in terms of strength. This only made his fighting spirit boil even more. Only when Su Chan Tian's body had sunk to his knees and was close to the ground did Xia Yin wake up from his dream. His expression changed, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards Tang Tian. That is, Tang Tian frantically waved the mace and desperately smashed it towards Su Chan Tian. Su Chan Tian's body was like a large iron nail being hammered by a sledgehammer, sinking inch by inch. Su Chan Tian's face was red. His hands were numb. He was completely relying on his breath to hold on. Tang Tian's attack frequency made him unable to breathe. He did not dare to open his mouth. Once he opened his mouth, his strength would dissipate. He gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the deacon anxiously shout, "Stop! Go die!" Yin Xia's body froze in place. He almost suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. How could such tender words come from the mouth of the cold and vicious deacon who killed without blinking an eye? Tang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, but he did not panic. His momentum had risen to the extreme. Even if Xia came, he would not have the slightest bit of fear. Tang Tian flew 5 or 6 feet and fell rapidly like a meteor. Lu Qing and old man Yu were quickly magnified in his eyes. He could clearly see the shock on their faces. Every inch of his joints seemed to be groaning. Every piece of muscle was mobilized. Tang Tian, who was in mid-air, his body was like a bow that was bent in the opposite direction. His body stretched taut to the extreme. The mace that was raised high was forcefully pulled up a few inches. Yin Xia was shocked. He hesitated for a while and said softly, "I injured one of the Gu family's guards. Other than that, there are no other conflicts." Yin Xia was overwhelmed. Master did not even have the strength to come out. He immediately went forward and helped Master out of the pit. An astonishing power came from the axes. Su Chan Tian was overwhelmed with shock. Tang Tian's mace was actually stronger than before. His feet sank. The stone floor shattered like a biscuit up to his ankles. To Tang Tian, it was extremely dangerous. But to him, it was equally dangerous. Su Chan Tian glanced around. Suddenly, he asked softly, "You didn't create any enmity, right? Go, go, go." With a sharp whistle, Tang Tian shot forward. His speed was actually faster than before. He was actually beaten up so badly by a person who had just activated his blood meridians. If this news were to spread, he would definitely be the laughingstock of the other 3 deacons. And this mechanical martial artist. The concentrated sounds of collisions were like a raging storm. Others could only see Tang Tian rushing towards Lu Qing and old man Yu like an arrow. But he flew back at an even faster speed. The shocking collisions stopped abruptly. The deafening sound of metal colliding suppressed all the other sounds. The mace and the axes clashed without any fancy moves. Martial artists with common sense would not easily fight before they had completely absorbed and digested the blood meridians. Su Tian was overwhelmed with shock. He was the closest and saw it the clearest. This mechanical martial artist was extremely accurate. Tang Tian, who was like a raging storm, was instantly knocked unconscious. Tang Tian had just activated his blood meridians. The power of the blood meridians had not been completely digested. Tang Tian's frenzied state just now was due to the backlash of the blood meridians. It was extremely dangerous. Bing held onto Tang Tian with one hand, and the other hand held onto the ferocious double-headed mace. The huge mace in Bing's hands was like a child's toy. This person who suddenly appeared actually blocked his attack. Tang Tian felt his prey slipping away. The anger and unhappiness in his heart rose up. Let's talk this through. Yin Xia's pupils dilated. He suddenly remembered what it was. His face changed. So fast. He could not imagine that such a heavy mechanical weapon could actually have such a shocking speed. Tang Tian, who was in a coma, was like a baby. Tang Tian's eyes widened in anger, and his words were like thunder. His own power was actually suppressed. He still could not believe it. But when his entire body felt weak, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Su Tian heaved a sigh of relief. The strong recoil caused his wrist to go numb. Yin Xiao was shocked. Without thinking, he forcefully stopped his attack. The eyes of the saber-toothed tiger coldly glanced at him. Who? Su Tian said. Later on, all of you go and apologize to Gu Shui. Remember, no one is allowed to be unreasonable. Chapter 172. It's true. Su, your hair has turned silver. Gu Shui said seriously. I swear this. Tang Tian pointed at Su Tian and the rest blankly, with a blank face. Ling Su, who was about to explode, saw the strands of half-blue and half-silver hair in Tang Tian's hands. But as if he was struck by lightning, he stood there in a daze. Ding, ding, ding. Gu Shui smiled, and suddenly thought of something. Tian, I need your help with something. Gu Shui heard the commotion behind him, and turned to see Tang Tian. His face immediately lit up and shouted happily, Tian. When Tang Tian woke up, he opened his eyes in a daze. All right. Tang Tian nodded his head. Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian's indignant look and was elated and laughed. Uncle Mu has recovered. It was that Deacon Su who used spirit medicine to cure him. He apologized to Uncle Mu and gave Uncle Mu a bronze treasure as compensation. Uncle Mu has already forgiven them. It should be a backlash. Bing yawned. It's fine now. Gu Shui covered her mouth and laughed. Tang Tian looked at the empty courtyard and suddenly tilted his head. He felt that he had forgotten something. After thinking for half a day, Tang Tian suddenly smacked his head. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. Tang Tian's heart felt even weirder. The young lady who had recovered asked Tang Tian with her eyes lit up. The plan I gave you, did you use it? How was the result? So troublesome. Yaya, when can you learn to speak? Tang Tian caressed Yaya's little head and muttered as he lifted the quilt and got off the bed. Su Tian laughed and said, We won't bother you two anymore. Rest assured, Patriarch Gu. With us around, no one can harm the Gu family. Suddenly, Shui's voice came from outside the house. Wait. Tang Tian immediately sat up. He remembered that he was clearly fighting with someone else. So, why did he suddenly appear here? Shui, you have to be careful. There are many bad people in society. Tang Tian said to Gu Shui earnestly. Don't be easily deceived by the disguise of the bad guys. With me around, I'll beat up anyone who dares to bully you. Pigbreed. Ling Su's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and the corner of his eyes twitched. Suddenly, he sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes widened. These two fellows wouldn't starve to death, right? Don't bother me for the next few days. I'm going into seclusion to comprehend the spear. With that, he ignored Tang Tian and Gu Shui and turned to walk outside, leaving behind these words. That, Tang Tian had rushed to Ling Su's side and curiously tugged at Ling Su's hair. So strange it's not dyed. I heard that there are some very special breeds of pigs, and as they grow, the color of their hair will change. I didn't expect that, Ling Su. You're also a strange breed. Gu Shui shook her head. I need to make some preparations. Although I don't know what to look out for with the five-eyed stone man, I still need to make some simple preparations. But with Tian around, I can rest assured. The little girl said pitifully. Tang Tian's expression became even more strange, and he looked at Su Chantian and the others suspiciously, wondering what these fellows were up to. Hey, uncle. Tang Tian couldn't help but ask. What's going on? Gu Shui came back to her senses, and she also revealed a puzzled expression, shaking her head. I don't know either, but they said that in a few days there will be an important guest coming, and they told us to prepare. Su Chantian and the other four lined up in a row, and very uniformly revealed a harmless smile. Su Chantian patted his chest, his face awe-inspiring and righteous. Yin Xia and the other three, under the lead of a stranger, lined up in a row, and all of them bowed to Ah Shui with fawning smiles on their faces. Ah Shui's voice was filled with deep concern and a trace of nervousness. Tang Tian's heart warmed, and then he deliberately laughed out loud, patting his chest loudly. Ayaya, this godlike young man has copper muscles and iron bones. This is just a small problem. It's just a small accident. I'm now strong enough to kill Ling Su. She retracted her gaze without a trace, and smiled at Tang Tian. Then I'll go and prepare. When I'm ready, I'll come and find you. Tang Tian felt a little guilty, and hurriedly ran back to the courtyard he used to live in. There was no trace of Ling Su in the courtyard. This fellow must have gone somewhere to practice his spear. I want to drink water, the little girl said angrily. Half of her hair was sea blue, and the other half was silver. Tang Tian unconsciously took out the hair that he just plucked and placed it in front of Ling Su. Here, look, it's all silver down there. Luckily, he didn't starve to death. Tang Tian heard that he was fine, and made no sound, and looked at Bing curiously. Hey, uncle, why are you so sleepy? He walked out of the room, and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Such a clumsy method, and you want to lie to me? Ling Su was not moved, and got into a stance, his spear pointed straight at Tang Tian, and clenched his teeth. Come, let's decide the winner. Ling Su stood rooted to the ground, his expression fluctuating. Deacon Su is here to apologize. Gu Shui smiled like a flower and looked up. Gu Shui's skin was as white as snow, her appearance beautiful. This smile made Tang Tian fall into a daze. I'm old. I can't compare to you brats. Bing yawned continuously, his eyes filled with tears, and said unclearly, Go and break. Yaya jumped on a Tang Tian's shoulder and waved her little hands at Gu Shui. A series of quick footsteps, pa. A small figure rushed in like a wisp of smoke and jumped onto Tang Tian's body. Yaya squeaked and waved her little hands. Her little face puffed up. She was extremely excited. Tang Tian felt that everything that happened today was weird. Oh right, Ah Shui. What's going on with those fellows from Susher Group? The little girl took a bite and frowned and said unclearly, so disgusting. Following that, with an astonishing speed, she finished the biscuit in Tang Tian's hand. The speed was so fast that it caused Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. How hungry must it be? Tang Tian, who had a guilty conscience, carefully pushed open the door. The layout inside was exactly the same as before. No one had been here. Tang Tian tiptoed to the cupboard, opened the door, and saw the angry look in the little girl's eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ah Shui, don't be this asshole's accomplice. Ling Su had a I will not be fooled expression on his face. Finished, he disappeared. After a moment, he coldly snorted, Silver is better. Tang Tian felt even more guilty. He was at a loss. He wanted to persuade the little girl not to cry, but he didn't know where to start. But apologize. Hey, Asu, your hair really changed. Gu Shui exclaimed. Tang Tian's gaze made Su Chantian and the others' smile stiffen. They quickly bid farewell and left. Tang Tian's face was solemn as he whispered to Gu Shui. Seems like this matter. Ling Su suffered a huge blow. As the little girl spoke, she began to cry. His body was covered with a soft quilt. The quilt emitted a faint fragrance. The mattress under his body was also extremely soft. It was so comfortable that Tang Tian didn't want to get up. There were still two people hiding in the cupboard. The little girl's crying turned from a whimper to a loud wail. Her tears and snot splattered everywhere. Tang Tian was at a loss. How did he wake up from his sleep? This world had completely changed. Not good, I've been caught. The overjoyed Tang Tian immediately brought the two out. Gu Shui quickly went to work. Gu Shui's expression revealed a hint of determination. The past few days made her deeply understand that without strength, she couldn't even protect herself. She originally planned to use the five-eyed golem after Tang Tian left. This battle made her decide to use the five-eyed golem in advance. If she could activate the snow rainbow blood meridians, then she wouldn't completely become Tian's burden. With that said, Tang Tian pretended to glare fiercely at Su Changtian and the others. Just as he pulled out the scar from the little girl's mouth, the little girl scolded, "Do you want to starve us to death? To think that I even gave you advice. You're a bad person. Sob, sob, sob. I'm hungry," he said with some guilt. "Do you want more?" Oh. Tang Tian reacted, quickly took out a piece of biscuit, and brought it to the little girl's mouth. Gu Shui was deep in thought. "Tian, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" This, Su Changtian quickly revealed a harmless smile. "Something wrong." Tang Tian's eyes immediately widened. What's wrong? What's wrong?" Tang Tian felt that it was better for him to keep his mouth shut. Sure enough, after crying for more than 10 minutes, the little girl stopped crying, but her nose was still twitching, and her face was a big mess. "Where is this?" Only then did Gu Shui let out a sigh of relief. Tang Tian listened, patted his chest without hesitation. "What's the matter? Just say it." Tang Tian's smile froze on his face, but his eyes suddenly lit up, and he widened his eyes as he pointed at Ling Su's hair. "Ling Su, what's wrong with your hair?" "No problem," Tang Tian agreed without thinking. He felt that this was a matter of course. With him looking after it, it would not be easy for accidents to happen. He tilted his head and asked, "Do you want to start now?" She immediately left Su Changtian and ran towards Tang Tian while holding her skirt. "I want to use the five-eyed golem to see if it can help with the blood meridians. But I don't know much about the five-eyed golem. I don't know what will happen, so I'll have to trouble Tian to look after it from the side." "I'll kill you first." Ling Su's face was gloomy, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His eyes suddenly turned into a ball of fire. Bing floated out lazily. His poker face looked like he was not fully awake, and his two curved, thick eyebrows drooped. "Oh, there's a problem with absorbing the power of the blood meridians." His gaze stared blankly at the few strands of hair in Tang Tian's hand. Tang Tian was a little surprised and twitched his mouth. "Luckily they know what's good for them, or else I'll definitely not let them go. This guy's brain must be fried. Didn't you guys want to deal with the Gu clan?" Tang Tian fed her a few mouthfuls of water again. Tang Tian laughed coldly. "Who's he letting? We'll make preparations just because he wants us to. Is there something wrong with his brain? They injured Uncle Moo. This matter won't be over so easily." Her gaze was fixated on Tang Tian's face, and seeing this distinct face, her heart immediately calmed down. Tang Tian looked at the few of them with an even weirder gaze. Chapter 173. Bing completely did not notice Tang Tian's expression and continued to speak in a relaxed tone. "This is because your level is lower and you are still working hard. If not, the amount of star rocks would be endless. But when these 170 star rocks are used up, you can almost reach the 6th level." The 5th level crane-style chi manual slowly revolved. The surrounding energy, as though it was being pulled by a big hand, quickly surged towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian was like a huge and powerful whirlpool. With that, Tang Tian turned and left with a fierce look on his face. Tang Tian used both his hands and feet, rolling and crawling, his entire body covered in dust, his clothes tattered, his sinister face, blank eyes, a blank mind, did not make him give up. "Shut up," Tang Tian said fiercely, and immediately snorted. "Isn't it just 1,000,000 star coins? A godlike young lad. Will he be stumped by a mere 1,000,000 star coins? Humph. I'm just short of 100 star coins. Bing continued to speak in a relaxed tone, without even lifting his eyelids. With a large amount of energy replenished, Tang Tian, who was meditating, relaxed his expression. Run with all his might. Oh, just a little bit more. Bing said casually. When Tang Tian struggled out of the valley of starvation, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. His blank and lifeless expression was the expression of extreme fatigue. He was like a lifeless puppet, instinctively sat cross-legged and started to revolve his mental cultivation. Losing to despair was too humiliating. Despair was his enemy, the enemy he fought against. With the increase in strength and speed, the power of his martial techniques had increased by quite a bit. Bing touched his chin. He thought about the problem of the fighter. Ghost Claw's power was not bad, but the price of summoning it was too high, and the time was short. The price-to-performance ratio was very bad. And once Tang Tian learnt the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, the two's characteristics would overlap. The only thing he thought about was the few battles he had experienced in this period of time. Tang Tian was completely infuriated by Bing's indifferent attitude and was about to pounce forward. However, Tang Tian was also very clear that martial skills had now become his shortcoming. Whether it was speed or strength, Old Man was far inferior to him. However, he was able to contend against him because of his powerful martial skills. Cultivate Yaya. After closing the cupboard, Tang Tian also felt a headache. How was he going to deal with these two captives, one big and one small? I forgot. The little girl's bright black eyes immediately widened as she screamed. How could you forget? How could you forget such an important matter? I've spent so much time thinking about it. But you've actually forgotten about it, boo-hoo. Everything was hopeless. Screams echoed in the sky of the Valley of Starvation once again. Actually, it's not a big problem, Bing said lazily, and just as Tang Tian was about to pounce on him again, his tone changed. It's just that the quantity is not enough. Tang Tian lifted Bing's leg and smashed it down. Bang! Bing's head was stuck under the stone slab. The little girl's eyes almost popped out. She could not believe that she was being treated like that. Her face was filled with anger. Bing's poker face was shaken by Tang Tian to the point that people were worried that it would fall off any time. But he still kept his eyes closed and said casually, Do you think you're lacking money? Young lad, don't belittle yourself. Oh, Ashwea will definitely be willing to fork out the money. She's a ready-made gold mine. She's definitely a Ms. Perfect. This discovery made him overjoyed. All right, you're full now. You won't starve to death for a few days. Tang Tian said as he carried the two of them towards the cupboard. Brother Hengzhan, I know you won't die even if you starve for a month. To not give me more trouble, I won't feed you. Young lad, don't place too much emphasis on money. That's just like dirt. You must treat money like dirt. But come to think of it, what is dirt? It's fertilizer. So, dirt and stuff, the more the better. Forget it. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, Tang Tian did not say anything else. He threw the matter of the two captives to the back of his head. Tang Tian straightforwardly stuffed the silk handkerchief back into the young lady's mouth. Bing suddenly appeared, with 3-star rocks in his hands. Pa! He crushed the star rocks, and the energy around him suddenly rose. Under the strong suction force, the energy quickly entered Tang Tian's body. One level 6-star rock's price was 20,000 star coins. 100 of them would be 2,000,000 star coins. And he only had 1,000,000 star coins on him. His strength had increased by 10%, reaching 11 times that of a normal person. And his speed had also increased by 10%. Other than that, Tang Tian could clearly feel that his control over his body had greatly increased. Tang Tian's body quality had reached an unimaginable level. Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His expression was sinister, as though he was in the middle of a battle. He could not kill him, nor could he let him go. It was truly troublesome. Rubble flew everywhere, but Bing was fine. Even his posture did not change. The Gu family's wealth is still not bad. 1,000,000 star coins is just a drizzle. A bronze star treasure is enough. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll do it. Don't worry. Ashwet definitely loves you. Don't talk about 1 million star coins. Even, the more Tang Tian listened, the angrier he got. He picked up Bing and smashed the floor. Seems like I have to observe for a while. The gale that blew against his face took away his body's true power. His dantian and meridians were empty. They were cleaner than if they had been washed. His physical strength was depleting at an alarming rate. His entire body seemed to be on fire. His throat was forever smoky. Tang Tian laid Zhai Hongzhan down. Zhai Hongzhan's eyes were closed. He looked like he was sleeping. He was very calm. The quantity is not enough. Tang Tian was stunned. He stammered, 70. 70 is not enough. Tang Tian caressed the little girl's head. His face was filled with pride. Injured, Tang Tian's eyes widened. He asked angrily, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Everything is under control." Bing did not even bat an eyelid. "Aren't you fine now? This method is the fastest." Tang Tian blinked his eyes innocently. "I forgot about it while I was fighting. Don't be so angry. But I think the result is good. I didn't fight for nothing. Seems like your level of planning is not that good. Everything can be settled with just one fight. You still made it so complicated. Little friend, you still need to improve." Bing closed his eyes. His face was relaxed. He waved his empty arm in the air. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. After a while, he reacted. He scratched his head and laughed. "I forgot." Although the improvement was slow and hard to detect, but to an experienced instructor, he could still sense it. Just at this moment, Tang Tian opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Upon seeing Bing, he was excited. "Hey, uncle, my true power has improved. Wah, the Valley of Starvation is really effective." Every 6th level star rock was worth more than 20,000 star coins. Tang Tian had a total of 76th level star rocks. That meant he had spent 60,000 star coins. A little? That's good. Tang Tian heaved a sigh of relief. How many more? He was fighting. Bing raised his other hand. He signaled Tang Tian to stop. "You better think about the problem of the star rocks. Tang Tian, you can't be arrogant." 3 6th level star rocks. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. The little girl whimpered angrily. The little girl rolled her eyes at Tang Tian. Tang Tian then placed the little girl on Zhai Hongzhan's body. Looking at the little girl's eyes, he warned, "You better not have any crooked thoughts. If not, Tang Tian, who was free, started to train. Once he moved his body, he realized that after absorbing the blood meridians, his strength and speed had a slight increase. Bing's poker face laughed at himself. But why was he so sleepy these few days? Bing felt weird. What made him feel weird was that he could feel his own strength was slowly increasing. Sleepiness seemed to have something to do with this. Bing floated in the air. His gaze landed on Tang Tian's face. His poker face looked sluggish. The training in the Valley of Starvation was good, but the process was painful. Very few could endure it. For the recruits to train, the Valley of Starvation was a compulsory course, but very few were willing to take the initiative to train. Cough, cough, cough. Bing's voice came from below the stone slab. "Don't use the word scheme. This method is the easiest. Ashwet is such a good person. 100 stones." Tang Tian looked like he was struck by lightning. He stood rooted to the ground. The endless canyon made him feel hopeless. Behind him was the tireless bone-gnawing wolf. His legs felt like lead. The rugged mountain road made him feel hopeless. The air he breathed felt like it was being cut by knives. His lips were dry. His body was exhausted. His mind was blank. An intense pain filled Tang Tian's body. He cried out, "How can we be so extravagant?" Tang Tian fell for it. He stopped and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with the star rocks?" Tang Tian, who was completely enraged, rushed forward. He grabbed Bing's neck with both his hands. He shook Bing's neck and roared, "Dung? Then give me 1 million dung." Bing said lazily, "I spent 3 6th level star rocks. If it doesn't work, you can go bang your head against the wall." All right. The young man who inherited the Southern Cross Army was different. He could be bitten by the bone-gnawing wolf, but he could not allow himself to lose to despair. The concentration of energy is not enough. Bing was still lazy and unmoved. He lay down and supported his head with one arm. There are conditions to train in the valley of starvation. If the concentration of energy is not enough, not only will the progress be slow, it will also easily injure the dantian and meridians. You bastard! Shameless! Tang Tian scolded. You are actually scheming for Ah Shui's assets. You are so sinister. The scream stopped. Bing rubbed his chin in sorrow. A cool feeling flowed through his meridians. It flowed through his body. Tang Tian told himself in his heart. He entered the valley of starvation and started to continue his cruel training. All right, once this training starts, it cannot end. If not, it will cause permanent damage to your dantian and meridians. But he could no longer remember how those fellows nurtured Bud Spirit generals in the past. It was truly worrisome. Chapter 174. Tang Tian tried his best to encourage himself. Time seemed to have frozen. His understanding of blood meridians was pitiful, but he knew that the snow rainbow blood meridians was unusually important to Ah Shui. Gu Shui took a deep breath, stood in front of the five-eyed golem, and started to make one gesture after another. Gu Shui and Tang Tian's expressions were very solemn. The five-eyed golem could help the blood meridians, but no one knew how much it could do. Tang Tian did not even dare to breathe, and clenched his fists tightly. The seven light rays lit up one after another, but Gu Shui's expression calmed down instead. Her expression was serene, with a tinge of solemnity. Her originally beautiful appearance became even more beautiful and alluring than before. Tang Tian clenched his fists and sighed in his heart. Tang Tian could understand this determination, and he was very familiar with it, so he did not try to persuade her. Tang Tian could see that Gu Shui was really nervous. Usually, she would not speak so much. He could not help but have an urge to persuade Ah Shui not to use it, but when his gaze met Ah Shui's eyes, he shut his mouth. Ah Shui's eyes were filled with nervousness and fear, but more than that, it was determination. Although the blood membrane covered Ah Shui's body, it was too thin and stuck tightly to Ah Shui's skin. Ah Shui's graceful body was instead outlined vividly. How was Ah Shui? Did she succeed? Tang Tian's eyes widened, and he started to clench his teeth again, and his fists unconsciously clenched. Seeing that Tang Tian was confused, Gu Shui explained, I am afraid that others will know. If the news of the five-eyed golem is leaked, then we will definitely not be able to protect it. The fewer people who know, the better. The demonic and dark red eyes lit up one by one, and when the 5 gestures were completed, all 5 eyes lit up. Gu Shui panted slightly, and the 5 gestures made her sweat profusely. That's right. This was a battle. This was a test of willpower. This was a battle. Gu Shui carefully took out the 5-eyed statue and placed it on the ground nearby. It was an empty room, and all the debris had been cleared away. Young man, cheer up. What's wrong with you? So weak? Keep your eyes open. You have to inspect every detail. If something goes wrong, you can deal with it. If you had been distracted on the battlefield, you would have died long ago. Maintain your focus. Concentrate. Bing noticed Tang Tian's absent-mindedness and lightly coughed to remind him. The scene before him was indescribably strange, causing Tang Tian to feel a chill down his spine. After all, he was too unfamiliar with things like bloodlines. However, he knew that the change in front of him wasn't a bad thing. Gu Shui smiled sweetly at Tang Tian. Thank you, Tian. Tang Tian was flustered as he asked Bing in his heart. Bing was right. That was Tang Tian's first reaction. He completely did not think that even if something was wrong, how would he deal with it? Ah Shui, whose entire body was covered by the blood membrane, was definitely curvaceous. With Tang Tian's culture, he definitely did not know that there was such a word in this world, but what he was feeling now was exactly the same as this word. The thin blood membrane was like a tight-fitting red leather coat, perfectly accentuating Ah Shui's hot figure. At this time, Gu Shui opened her eyes in a daze. Oh, young man, my back is turned. I will definitely not peek. Don't worry, as an instructor, my professional conduct is definitely reassuring. Gu Shue's delicate body trembled, her face showing a trace of pain. Bing's roar reverberated in Tang Tian's heart. Tang Tian opened his eyes wide, his expression sinister, and used all the strength in his body. On the surface of the blood membrane, there were many cracks. Tang Tian did not dare to blink. His heart was filled with anxiety. Tang Tian did not have time to care about the problem of the star coins, because Ashue was already prepared. The five-eyed statue's red light beam shone on Ashue's body, and the clothes on Ashue's body started to burn. As time passed, Tang Tian, who was sweating profusely, did not dare to move. Sweat trickled down from his forehead and dripped onto his eyelashes. Tang Tian did not dare to blink. In fact, his hands were clenched into fists from the start till now. He did not move at all. So he saw the moment the clothes were burnt to ashes, the snow-like skin. So he saw the smooth and delicate. So he saw the seductive erect. Damn it, such a tough battle. Gu Shui, who was in mid-air, did not notice that she was in mid-air, panicked, and lost control of her body, and fell to the ground. No buts. As a warrior, this is war. Do you understand war? If you close your eyes, then you are surrendering, and you are admitting defeat. Uncle, what do we do? Bing coughed lightly and encouraged Tang Tian loudly. Young man, open your eyes wide. You have to look carefully. If you don't look carefully, if something goes wrong, your reaction will not be able to keep up. Who? Tang Tian clenched his teeth. His eyes were wide open, and his forehead was full of sweat. Deep breaths, after a full 10 seconds. A snow-white, perfect body, completely presented in front of Tang Tian. Gu Shui suddenly reacted and subconsciously screamed, but just as she screamed, she suddenly reacted. If it attracted other people, it would be bad. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she immediately covered her mouth. The rainbow light gradually dimmed, and at this time, the 5 beams of red light shot out by the five-eyed statue became as thick as blood. Tang Tian's expression froze on his face. Gu Shue's expression froze on his face. Tang Tian's body froze on the spot, and Gu Shue's body froze in mid-air. The demonic statue seemed to be looking at Ashue. Ashue's face once again surfaced a look of pain, and then her body trembled violently, even more violently than before. Tang Tian's heart suddenly jumped. Tang Tian quivered and regained his senses. He forcefully stopped in his tracks. Both of their gazes collided without any fancy moves. 5 beams of light enveloped Gu Shue's body, and Gu Shue's feet slowly left the ground, and her body slowly floated up. Gu Shue's eyes were tightly shut, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as though she was enduring some kind of pain, and her body was trembling slightly. A pair of strong hands caught her. If it was said just now, it was the presentation of the details, then the overall visual impact now made Tang Tian fall into a trance. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his surging emotions. Ashue, you can do it. Following that, the eye on the five-eyed statue's right palm shot out a beam of red light and landed on Gu Shue's body. The left eye, right eye, and the 3 red eyes between the eyebrows also shot out beams of red light. Open your eyes wide and stay calm. Young man, fight. But, Tang Tian argued. Suddenly, Ashue, who was wrapped in a blood membrane floating in the air, moved. At this moment, the red eye on the five-eyed statue's left palm suddenly shot out a demonic beam of red light, and the red light landed on Gu Shue's body. At this moment, the blood membrane on Ashue's body turned into countless tiny pieces, and suddenly it exploded. Tang Tian's head felt like it was struck by lightning. While the last piece of Ashue's skin was covered by the blood membrane, Tang Tian finally heaved a sigh of relief. He then realized, unknowingly, he was drenched in sweat. Tang Tian was ashamed of his thoughts just now. Bing was right. If there was no demon in the heart, there would not be any distracting thoughts. Gu Shue's face turned white in a flash, but she knew the severity of the situation and did not dare to let go of the hand that was covering her mouth, for fear of attracting attention. Indeed, it was a tough battle. Everyone in this courtyard has been cleared. Gu Shui said softly, and it could be seen that she was slightly nervous. Battle, battle, Tang Tian. How can you admit defeat? Snow, rainbow. Is this the 7 colors of the rainbow? But the questions that followed made Tang Tian extremely embarrassed. Very quickly, the blood membrane on Ah Shui's body increased and almost covered half of her body. Tang Tian grunted. For some reason, he was slightly nervous and his palms were slightly sweaty. Even if it was a fight with the strong martial artists, Tang Tian would not be nervous, but at this moment he was slightly nervous. When Tang Tian's attention once again landed on Ah Shui's body, he could not help but be stunned. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. Is the crucial moment here? He tried his best to open his eyes wide, for fear of missing out the slightest bit. Tang Tian felt that his face was burning up, and his ears were filled with Bing's impassioned speech. This is a matter of life and death. Don't tell me you want something to happen to Ah Shui. If you don't want to, then you have to open your eyes wide. As your instructor, I have to use my bloody experience to tell you on the battlefield, a careless mistake will often result in the loss of a life. Suddenly, Ah Shui's body lit up with a faint scarlet light aura. Following that was orange, then yellow, then green, cyan, blue, purple, 7 different colored light auras, one after another, causing Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. With every technique completed, the 5-eyed golem would light up one of its eyes. Tang Tian grunted. He opened his eyes wide, and his gaze roamed around Ah Shui's body. Thus, he noticed many details that he had not noticed before. Tang Tian's face instantly turned red. Tang Tian's spirit was roused. It was the 5 golem techniques, although there were many places where Ah Shui's posture was not perfect, but Tang Tian could recognize it with one look. The young lady's face regained its calmness. That touch of determination once again returned to her face. She said softly, "Then I will begin. Don't worry, I will always guard here. Ah Shui, you can definitely do it." Tang Tian patted his chest and said loudly he wanted to use this method to make Ah Shui feel more at ease. Ah Shui's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and her body suddenly froze. Tang Tian, who was unprecedentedly focused, instantly captured every detail clearly and accurately. A young man without a devil in his heart will not have any distracting thoughts and will always bravely open his eyes wide and look straight at his enemies. Even the air seemed to have an additional smell of blood. Her exposed skin was quickly covered by a thin layer of blood film, as the thick red light that was like blood, as long as it touched Ah Shui's skin, it would form a thin layer of blood film. Tang Tian was shocked. His legs were about to rush over, but when he noticed that the clothes that were burnt to ashes, what was revealed was her snow-white skin. There was not a single scar on it. Behind the cross door, Bing sat with his back facing the cross door, stroking his poker chin, and muttered to himself, "Such a Ms. Perfect, if I miss this, I will be struck by lightning. Fight well, young man. Oh, I have to ask around how much wealth the Gu family has." Chapter 175. Tang Tian spat out a mouthful of turbid air and said coldly, "You talk big, you want to discipline this and that, and I thought you were powerful? With this standard, get out of the Gu family." Tang Tian's temperament was originally pure, although it did make him feel awkward at that time. "No, it's silver transformation." Tang Tian grinned. Suddenly he took a step forward and walked towards Old Man Yu and said, "Hey, Old Man Yu, you actually haven't left yet? Seems like I didn't hurt you the last time. The lesson wasn't deep enough." The silver spread quickly. Tang Tian heard the lady chuckle and was surprised and looked towards the seat of honor. A silhouette appeared in his heart. He had never seen this person before, but this silhouette was so clear in his heart. Both sides clashed without any fancy moves. And a few pressuring auras of power, their fighting intense soared. The Star Master personally came to the Gu family. This news spread at an astonishing speed. "Since your goal is Southern Cross Constellation, then I will definitely find you." Old Man, you had not recovered from the previous injury, and now, with Tang Tian's words, his face turned green and white. Tang Tian was dumbstruck. It was the first time he knew scolding people could reach such a shocking level. Everyone present suddenly had an illusion. The slowly walking Tang Tian was like a ball of light, so dazzling that no one could look straight at him. Everyone's heart was in awe. Mu Lei's face revealed an indescribable expression, and his voice was filled with nervousness. The Star Master is here. Young Miss is entertaining him. Young Master Tian. Young Miss invites you over. It was a pity he could not enter the martial spirit chamber. If not, he could enter the spirit region to find Sai Lei and sell a few sets of mechanical weapons, and he could earn the money. Tang Tian still had lingering fears about the tough battle, but very quickly, he threw the matter to the back of his mind. Ah Shui was a good friend. To think of things that would make Ah Shui feel awkward was not right. All the mysteries were quickly revealed. The last sentence, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth," caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. The elder was so angry that he laughed, and his killing intent soared. "Since you're courting death, then don't blame me." The Star Master, who was about to speak, heard the chuckle of the girl beside him and immediately shut his mouth. He also chuckled. This kid has a pure heart. The old man's face turned green. The pointed sea spear can make the cultivator's body stronger. This silverization will start from the hair, then it will seep into the flesh, and then into the bones. Completely silver body, very scary. He immediately lowered his body into a horse stance, and his feet didn't move an inch. Facing his opponent's attack, he punched out. Suddenly, a Mu Lei rushed over with a strange expression on his face. The Star Master, who had been silent all this while spoke. The elder's face stiffened. He floated down from the great beam and said to Tang Tian fiercely, "Today, for the sake of the Star Master, I will let you go." Tang Tian concentrated and repeated, and could barely keep up with Bing's speed. "Su, if there comes a day when your pointed sea spear reaches a higher level, your body might undergo some changes." Tang Tian was full of confidence. When he was young, he had a conversation with his teacher, and it surfaced in his mind. The Gu family's hall had been renovated and was as good as new. The huge hall was filled with people, but it was unusually quiet. Tang Tian was secretly speechless. This Star Master had such a powerful aura. But very quickly, Tang Tian had some doubts. These people were all unfamiliar, and he had never seen them before. Gu Shui's expression suddenly became cold, and the rest of the Gu family were all dissatisfied and angry. "Work harder," Bing shouted excitedly in Tang Tian's mind, and a series of venomous words were like a machine gun. "If you're old, then so be it. You're old, and you still come out to embarrass yourself. TSK, look, you've lost so much face. How are you going to live in the future? Relax, your cowardice today will leave a deep impression on everyone, and it will be spread far and wide. In the future, every generation of the Yu family will remember this day deeply." Tang Tian, who regained his senses, had a cold expression. He had long disliked this rascal, and for him to make a move, it was exactly what he wanted. Tang Tian's venomous words made everyone present feel a strong, evil intent. In the future, they must never offend this rascal. Maybe suffering is little Su's path, but teacher, little Su will not give up. Old Man Yu's face was a mix of green and red. He did not expect that Tang Tian would actually humiliate him in front of the Star Master, in front of everyone. The current Gu family, no one dared to have any ideas. As Tang Tian walked, he clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. His face was filled with arrogance, as though he was a delinquent looking for trouble on the streets. These gazes were filled with surprise, admiration, jealousy, doubt, scrutiny, sizing up. A few of these gazes seemed to have substance and were extremely oppressive. "Star coins. Oh, I understand. You're too old. Men and what not have left you." Everyone's gazes all turned to look at Tang Tian. Tang Tian was immersed in training. The star rocks in his hands were being depleted at an alarming rate. Just like a thrifty person, when he started spending lavishly, he would feel the pinch. But once he got used to spending, he would not feel the pinch. What made Tang Tian even more surprised was that his true power was improving at a godly speed, being praised in Tang Tian's heart. Good scolding. Young lad, you have some of my style now. Tang Tian was not afraid, and looked towards the few gazes. Presumptuous. Old man, you suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight on his back. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. When he saw the lady sitting on the main seat, his entire body froze, and his soul flew out. Gu Shui was the first to notice Tang Tian, and his eyes lit up. Teacher, is it to become stronger? You traitor! Empowering? Turning your body into silver? Star Master. Tang Tian was stunned. What is he doing here? Ling Su's fists clenched tightly, his expression sinister. Bing said that he still needed 106th level star rocks, and this number was rather accurate. Tang Tian saw Mu Lei's anxious expression and immediately said, I'll go take a look now. Uncle Mu, don't worry. I'm here. Wow, that must be very powerful. That's great. I want to be empowering too. Every martial artist of the Gu family who had activated the Snow Rainbow Blood Meridians were all powerful martial artists. Those martial artists who did not object to Old Man Yu's bullying of the Gu family all came forward to express their goodwill. Su Changtian's attitude was close to flattering him. Tang Tian, who was originally not proper, paused. The light in his eyes increased, and he took a step forward. Tang Tian made a face at the elder and stuck out his tongue, which attracted a few chuckles. The limestone under Tang Tian's feet shattered, and his feet sank, but his body did not move. The elder felt as though he had hit a steel wall, and a huge rebounding force came, and his body flew backwards, flipping continuously in the air, and stopped on a beam high up in the hall. Bang! Pooh! When Tang Tian shifted his gaze, his eyes suddenly congealed. Ling Su muttered softly. Tang Tian turned his face and realized it was a simple and skinny elder, his eyes long and narrow, staring at Tang Tian with an unfriendly face. Tang Tian looked at him for a while, did not recognize him, and turned his face away. Subduing the enemy without fighting. This is the highest realm of the art of war. I've finally understood. Behind the cross door, Bing stood with his arms crossed, looking up at the sky, his face deep and desolate, and said softly, when the matter is done, leave with a brush of the robe, hide the merits and fame. A few of them stood beside the Star Master. Su Changtian was one of them. Tang Tian understood. They were the 4 great attendants under the Star Master. But another gaze filled with enmity attracted Tang Tian's attention. I don't know. Mu Lei's face was full of worry. The Star Master's sudden arrival, the entire Gu family, was extremely nervous. The attendants beside the Star Master were all angry. Su Changtian laughed bitterly. This guy was really stupid. Just as the attendants were about to speak, the Star Master suddenly raised his palm. The attendants were startled, but all stopped in their tracks. A cold and stern voice suddenly sounded. It was the elder beside Old Man Yu. He squinted his eyes and said softly, Where did this uncultured Tom, Dick, and Harry come from? Seeing that the Gu family is pitiful, Old Man Yu took care of them out of kindness, and you guys repay him with evil. Old Man Yu is a man of virtue and prestige, and will not bicker with you. The Gu family has grown up and has thrown away the Gu family's rules. Looks like I have to help the few good friends of the Gu family to discipline you juniors. Just because you have some standards, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After thinking for half a day, Tang Tian could not think of any good ideas. He simply threw the problem to the back of his head and trained seriously. No, Su, you must not be empowered. Your bone structure is already fixed. When the empowerment seeps into your bones, it will increase your pain. No one can endure that kind of pain. Tang Tian was not angry at all and grinned. Don't we just want to fight? Talk so much nonsense. Don't rush, one by one. You wait first. Old Man Yu, why? Are you scared? A turtle hiding in its shell? Are you a man? If you're a man, then come out and fight. Although Gu Shui still felt awkward when she saw Tang Tian, but she started to regain her composure. Gu Shui, who had activated the snow rainbow blood meridians, immediately caused a stir in the Gu family, and the whole Gu family was in a jubilant mood. And the warriors who lived in the Gu family all came up to congratulate. The unusually quiet hall was even quieter, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked at Tang Tian in a daze. Was this guy crazy? Courting death. That elder was furious and jumped up like a falcon pouncing. Didn't he know that the Star Master was present? Uncle Mu, what happened? Tang Tian was a little puzzled. Enough. Beside that elder, he actually saw Old Man Yu, and he instantly understood. Ling Su got up from the medicinal tub and walked to the mirror. The handsome face in the mirror had a trace of confusion, and his gaze fell on the dazzling silver hair on his head. I want to kill you personally. Ling Su still remembered his teacher's worried expression at that time. He was just about to pounce when suddenly a low voice rang in everyone's ears. He suddenly chuckled at himself in the mirror. His silver hair made his already handsome face look even more handsome. The confusion in his eyes was swept away, and his orange-red eyes were like a peaceful flame. Chapter 176. The Star Master looked around and said blandly, "There are still a few more days. Everyone will be here, and we will discuss the matter again. But from today onwards, Black Mountain City forbids weapons." What do we do now? Tang Tian waved his hand, and Bing floated out. Although Gu Shui was the master, but her position was obviously not high enough to sit in the main seat. Facing the Star Master's attitude, she did not have the slightest intention to object. However, she noticed the woman on the main seat. It wasn't just her. Anyone who was slightly more sensitive would have found it hard not to notice this woman. The young lady's face immediately revealed a pleased look. Now you know I'm smart. As for the method, I do have one, but it has a condition. The young lady's face drooped, looking unhappy. But he did not expect that the other party actually knew about the martial spirit contract. Marquis Wu. Could it be that he really had a great background? Su Chantian, Yin Xia, and the rest who were standing at the side broke out in cold sweat. If you let us go, all the grievances in the past will be written off. Zhai Hongzhan said in a deep voice, "I promise." Sadly, they are not. Bing said, "If you can't do it, I will. As the chief instructor of the army, I will definitely not give them too much pain. There will definitely not be a situation where they are not killed in one slash." The Star Master stood up and said blandly, "Then I will have to trouble everyone for a few days. Go and rest." Thinking about when he returned to the residence, what awaited him would definitely be Marquis Wu's monstrous rage. No small movements, no secret conversations. Gu Shui replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "As long as Gu Shui can help, I will not shirk from it." So powerful? Ling Su was stunned. He turned his face and smiled at Gu Shui. "Master Gu, please follow me." How could it be like this? Marquis definitely could not tolerate such a lousy person actually signing a martial spirit contract with a princess and becoming her teacher. Tang Tian said to the little girl, "You are the smartest. You think of a solution." Ling Su glared at Tang Tian angrily. "Are you insulting my intelligence?" Tang Tian, oh, his gaze turned to the young lady and was surprised. "Don't tell me you don't know about the martial spirit contract." He turned to Bing and said, "Uncle, tell her about the martial spirit contract." "Who the hell are you?" Tang Tian asked in a deep voice. Bing laughed out loud and patted his chest. "No problem. I will teach you." Tang Tian brought out the two captives, one big and one small, and took out the handkerchiefs from their mouths. Zhai Hongzhan was at a loss. His future was dark. The three of them rolled their eyes in unison. "That's right." Ling Su also shook his head. "I won't let my gun be stained with innocent blood." Tang Tian was really scared out of his wits. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they replied in unison, "Yes." Only then did Gu Shui calm down. Gu Shui regained his senses and immediately smiled. "It's just a small misunderstanding. Master, you don't have to worry about it. Master's presence brings light to our humble Gu family, and we are extremely honored. You are too courteous to say things like disturbing us. If Master has any requests, please let us know." What made Gu Shui feel strange was not only the Star Master and the lady, but also Tang Tian. Weird, Tian was a little too quiet today. When Tian came in to provoke Old Man Yu, it was very normal. But after that, it became very abnormal. But the martial spirit contract, the lady sitting on the main seat, he recognized her with one look. She was actually the female bodyguard who fought with him during the ambush that day. Suddenly, Tang Tian remembered that Zhai Hongzhan once said that they were Marquis Wu's men. Do you believe in oaths or silencing people? Bing asked Tang Tian. This conversation made everyone's heart aghast. Could it be that the Gu family and the Star Master actually had some relationship? What matter did the Star Master have to trouble the Gu family? Very good, very good. The Star Master nodded his head. Tang Tian asked Ling Su. Your teacher, my teacher? The female bodyguard who fought with me that day. Tang Tian said to Ling Su. That lady seems to have some background. Even the Star Master listens to her. He was completely disheartened. His body trembled. How did things become like this? The young lady's face revealed a panicked expression. Martial spirit contract. I don't know. Let's do it this way. Tang Tian continued. Come, let's sign a martial spirit contract. But at this time, everyone was present. She did not dare to ask. Silencing people. Bing touched his chin. Although it's a little old-fashioned, but it's very effective. After killing them, we can just bury them anywhere. Who can find them? The three of them looked at each other. That's right. That's a good idea, right? The young lady was pleased. Zhai Hongzhan panicked. Miss, don't do anything rash. Tang Tian was overjoyed. You're really smart. All right, then I'll do it. Tang Tian said indifferently. See, even he doesn't believe me. Tang Tian innocently waved his hands at Zhai Hongzhan. He turned and asked Bing, Uncle, what good idea do you have? Martial spirit contract. The young lady was stunned. Tang Tian scratched his head. Hesitation surfaced on his face. If these two were evil people, he would have made his move long ago. But these two people were just an accident. Tang Tian looked at the young lady. She had already recovered from her initial fear. Her eyes rolled around. Tang Tian slapped his forehead. Such a smart girl. I'm really stupid to not use her. After a while, when Zhai Hongzhan woke up, he heard Bing talking nonstop. Seeing the two of them so determined, Bing's poker face twitched. He said indifferently, Then you two settle it yourselves. What condition? Tang Tian was on guard. The young lady licked her lips. My request is simple. You two accompany me on an adventure. After that, I'm lacking a teacher. Although your standard is slightly lacking, it's barely passable. I can announce to the public that you're my teacher. That way, naturally no one will dare to find trouble with you. Ever since he was captured, he had been extremely calm. On one hand, he could see that Tang Tian and the rest were kind-hearted. They did not have any evil intentions. On the other hand, he believed in Marquis Wu's power. He would be able to save them quickly. When he heard the princess talking about the method to acknowledge a teacher, Zhai Hongzhan praised the princess for being quick-witted. Zhai Hongzhan's eyes darkened. He almost fainted again. Marquis Wu's bodyguard is Zhai Hongzhan. She is Princess Mingzhu. Zhai Hongzhan said calmly. He had a lot of experience. Seeing Tang Tian's expression, he knew something had changed. You met the people from Marquis Wu? Gu Shui followed behind the master of the star. The lady sitting on the main seat smiled at Gu Shui. Master Gu, don't be nervous. It's not a bad thing. Tang Tian did not know what Bing was smiling about. Ling Su did not understand either. The two of them looked at each other. The young lady smiled slyly. I came to Filan Star secretly for an adventure, but I was caught by them. They wanted to bring me back. The princess's teacher, Marquis Wu, was very strict and picky towards the princess's teacher. Zhai Hongzhan, who had always stayed in the residence, was very clear about it. He could even clearly remember the tragic end of those teachers who could not satisfy Marquis Wu. Those martial artists who were not involved in the conflict between Old Man Yu and the Gu family were all glad. But those who were on Old Man Yu's side had a change in expression, including the old man who fought with Tang Tian just now. His face changed slightly. No, we can't do this. Tang Tian shook his head. This is a misunderstanding, and it is a misunderstanding caused by us. How can we let them bear the consequences? Tian stood behind him. He did not say a word. The Master of the Star revealed a satisfied smile. Master Gu is indeed a reasonable person. I have other matters to discuss with Master Gu later. Bing laughed happily. Young lad, who said you're stupid? This is a great idea. Huh, why didn't I think of it? Martial spirit contract. Once the martial spirit contract is signed, she cannot go back on her word. The contract is established. Oh, he will accompany you to explore Buzhou Mountain. He will protect you throughout the process. Oh, from today onwards, you will be your teacher. From today onwards, you must treat him as a disciple. A teacher for a day, a father for life. The respectful attitude of the Master of the Star towards this lady showed that she had a great background. It was too abnormal. Ling Su bluntly sealed Zhai Hengzhan's mouth. Woo woo woo. Zhai Hengzhan struggled with all his might. Bang! A fist landed on his head. He fainted immediately. Facing everyone's gaze, Ling Su was expressionless. Too noisy. Do you believe it? Tang Tian asked Ling Su. Ling Su, hurry up and come over. There's trouble. Ling Su's eyes lit up. He stopped and followed behind Tang Tian without saying a word. The two of them entered the room. If it was just a temporary measure, Marquis Wu would not mind. Who knows? He might be able to get away with it. The bodyguards would be punished, but their lives would not be in danger. Ling Su shook his head without hesitation. I have no interest in being a brat's teacher. In Zhai Hengzhan's mind, Marquis's face filled with rage and roars appeared. The terrifying rage was enough to tear everything apart. But with the martial spirit contract, Marquis would definitely not make a move on Tang Tian. His rage could only be vented on the bodyguards who did not protect him well. Other than spoiling the princess, Marquis Wu was extremely strict to the others. Right now, every single teacher of the princess was a top-notch scholar or master who had been selected from tens of thousands of teachers through many layers of screening. The Star Master's gaze swept across the crowd. He said calmly, I came here to borrow the Gu family's land to summon the heads of the various families on Phylon Star to discuss important matters. There was no notice in advance. It is said that some of my subordinates were ignorant and had a conflict with Patriarch Gu. Patriarch Gu, please forgive me. Sorry to disturb you. Tang Tian tilted his head and thought for a while. It depends. If Chies swears, I will definitely believe her. Tang Tian lowered his voice. The little girl's face turned pale. Even Zhai Hengzhan's face was a little pale. He said in a low voice, I can swear. Once the two sides signed the martial spirit contract, it meant that it could not be changed. Even if Marquis Wu did it himself, it could not be changed. Tang Tian did not follow them. Instead, he quickly ran back to the small courtyard. On the way, he was always on guard against anyone following him. When he reached the small courtyard, he saw Ling Su practicing his spear. Chapter 177. Tang Tian looked at the complicated route attentively, trying his best to memorize it, and said, Is this thing accurate or not? Please don't be like a certain uncle who is unreliable. Hey, if you don't stop, I'm going to make a move. Tang Tian shouted. He knew he was in the wrong. The sneak attack was a huge mistake. Last time when Tang Tian and Qingwan fought, Qingwan did not even have time to activate her blood meridians and was quickly dealt with by Tang Tian in close combat. But now, her sword techniques combined with her blood meridians, and her power suddenly increased explosively. Qingwan did not expect Tang Tian's improvement to be so shocking, far exceeding her imagination. Thinking about how she suffered at his hands that day, and how she could not do anything to Tang Tian today, she became even angrier. It's already very powerful. The little girl did not even raise her head. This is a star chart drawn by my teacher. There are all kinds of routes on it, including some unknown ancient routes. Tang Tian suddenly realized the positions of the constellations in the book would change at an extremely slow speed. If not for his strong eyesight and keen intuition, he would not have noticed it. His body seemed to have no bones, quietly wriggling down the wall. His eyes became like a snake's, gloomy and terrifying. Qingwan's eyes blurred. and she lost sight of Tang Tian. Zhai Hengzhan revealed a bitter smile. This time we've gotten into big trouble. The little girl snorted. Of course it's accurate. Grandmaster grade star charts cannot be bought on the market. Tang Tian's intuition was very sharp. The moment Qinghuan made her move, he reacted, and with a tap of his feet, he brushed past Qinghuan's sword aura. Yes, Teacher Yusin said before, every star in heaven's road, their positions are slowly changing. The little girl's tone was incomparably proud. Teacher Yusin is an extremely outstanding and renowned master of astronomy. The little girl said impatiently, "Don't be noisy. Can't you see I'm looking? It's good that you're fine," Qinghuan said incoherently. Take this opportunity to eliminate Tang Tian in one fell swoop. When Tang Tian was barely able to block a few extremely agile sword rays and was forced to retreat, the old man who had been lying in ambush for a long time suddenly made his move. The little girl and Zhai Hengzhan looked at each other. Zhai Hengzhan recounted the matter of him acknowledging her as his teacher, and Qinghuan was instantly petrified. After a while, she suddenly came back to her senses and angrily screamed, "What qualifications does he have to be the princess teacher? So is that guy's doing? I was wondering why he looked so familiar when I saw him that day. So it was him. So it was him. It's him." Thinking about how Tang Tian embarrassed him in the hall today, he hated Tang Tian to the bone. The little girl rubbed her forehead. She felt that this was definitely the darkest experience of her life. Well, people always have to face their bleak lives. The little girl sighed and turned her gaze back to the star chart. The furious Qinghuan saw Tang Tian and immediately exploded. Without saying a word, the long sword in her hand stabbed towards Tang Tian. In a corner, there was a pair of eyes that were watching this battle. It was the old man who attacked Tang Tian in the hall that day. At this moment, he was secretly delighted. He did not think that Tang Tian would be so stupid to actually dare to attack his master. Although he did not know Qinghuan's background, without a doubt, the other party's background was extremely powerful. When he saw Qinghuan's furious figure, his heart moved and he quietly followed. He did not expect to see this scene in front of him. Qinghuan's emotions had calmed down. Hearing Zhai Hengzhan's words, she was a little surprised. What big trouble. It was a very, very long journey. Golden Snake bloodline. Where is that? The little girl was at a loss. Although Zhai Hengzhan's strength was similar to his, he did not dare to disobey the other party's orders. He used to be in Marquis Wu. Although he was in charge of one side now, one word from Zhai Hengzhan could make his life miserable. He did not know how Chie was doing now. His heart was instantly filled with longing, and this made him have the urge to set off immediately. Tang Tian took a deep breath, but he knew that haste makes waste. There was a lot of trouble that had not been solved yet. He had to pass through the Stargate to be able to leave Phylan Star. The female guard looked at the princess and Zhai Hengzhan in front of her in disbelief. The master of the star, who was beside her, also had a very strange expression. They had made such a big fuss, but they did not expect that the princess would appear in front of them before they even started. The pressure on Tang Tian increased sharply. The other party's speed had increased to the same level as his. But the most terrifying thing was the layer of green light on the sword ray. The originally sharp sword ray seemed to have grown wings at this moment. Not only was it faster, but it also became more agile. Zhai Hengzhan had always been brave and fearless. This was the first time she heard him say the words, "big trouble." Her eyes were covered with a layer of faint green light, and she could not tell whether she was happy or angry. Her speed increased sharply. The sword ray was also covered with a layer of faint green light, and its speed suddenly increased. "All right." Tang Tian patted the head of the sluggish little girl and said kindly, "You can meet with your guard and then finalize the time for the expedition." Seeing Qinghuan's true feelings, the little girl was touched and said softly, "I'm fine. I didn't suffer much. But this time, I'm afraid you will be implicated." She was shocked. So fast. Unlike Zhai Hengzhan, who was ashen, the little girl quickly regained her calmness. Hearing Tang Tian's itinerary, her eyes lit up. "Itinerary? Where are you going? Is it an adventure?" Suddenly, A green bird tattoo appeared on her forehead. Blood meridians were activated. Caught off guard, Tang Tian was in a sorry state. Swoosh! She stood up. Her face was filled with anger. She clenched her teeth and said, "No, I can't let him off so easily." Suddenly, a green figure barged in. Qingwan blood meridians. "Let me see." Tang Tian impatiently came over. The green sword ray seemed to have come alive. Its trajectory became harder to grasp and more erratic. He found the location of Phylan Star. Hearing that, Tang Tian was excited. "Can you find the Southern Cross constellation?" All the chi in his body disappeared. He was like a golden snake hunting its prey, waiting for the opportunity to strike. "Found it." Qingwan was even more furious. "Who's with you?" Tang Tian's face was full of admiration. "No wonder, to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with me as your teacher, he does have some skills." The cold snake eyes squinted. He carefully retreated and closed the door. Tang Tian moved quickly. "Southern Cross constellation," Tang Tian explained. The Star Master immediately regained his senses and said, "Yes." From the star map, Marquis Wu's sphere of influence included 40 planets. Tang Tian gradually closed in and entered his attack range. "You flatter me." Tang Tian was pleased with himself. He was not ashamed but proud. "A heaven-sent opportunity." Qingwan said, so it's him a few times in one breath. The anger on her face was uncontrollable. The sword radiance became even more intense, and the cold sword radiance instantly sliced through everything it touched. The stone tables and chairs in the courtyard, the trees and plants, were all destroyed. The female guard finally reacted. Her eyes became misty. She rushed over. "Princess, you've suffered." The young lady glanced at Tang Tian in disdain. She took out a thick book, Southern Cross Constellation. "Let me see." Tang Tian was looking at the star map. It was his first time seeing such a detailed and complicated star map. On it, there were different colored lines marking different routes. Every planet's star door was marked in detail. Although there was no constellation, the range was astonishing. This was a place he had to pass through. If he did not handle it well, he would not be able to pass through Marquis Wu's territory. Tang Tian curiously went over. On the book were all sorts of constellations and all sorts of complicated routes, causing Tang Tian to feel dizzy and could not help but be speechless. "What is this? It looks powerful." Tang Tian's eyes shone with a steel-like aura. It was located at a corner of Heaven's Road. From the star map, he seemed to have crossed the entire Onyx Soul. Entering Cetus constellation, his journey had just begun. That day, when Tang Tian crossed hands with her, his strength had already shocked her. But in just a few days, he actually improved so much. Since he had settled this hot potato, Tang Tian did not have any worries. He happily released the young lady and Zhai Hongzhan. Ling Su did not have the patience to wait for him. He minded his own business and started to train. Numerous thick and thin long golden lines appeared on his body. These golden lines intertwined with each other. They were like golden snakes coiling together. "Wow, so powerful." Tang Tian was surprised. Taking advantage of the young lady's complacent look, he snatched it over. With a righteous look, he said, "Let me study it. When I'm done, I'll return it to you." "Let me calculate," the young lady muttered. "We need to pass through at least 20 constellations. It's really far." Hey. Tang Tian kept the star map and said, "We're on the same team now. Don't worry. This godlike young lad will do what he says. But you guys have to seize the time to discuss. Our schedule is very tight." After a while, the young lady's spirit was roused. She was surprised. It's really far. With that, Tang Tian disappeared without a trace. But at this moment, she was filled with anger. She did not care about her own safety. Her body spun like a spinning top. Her sword aura coiled around her as she rushed towards Tang Tian. "Bing, they can move?" Tang Tian was like a curious baby. He was very surprised. With that, he rushed out of the door angrily. Tang Tian gestured. "A very, very far place." "Oh, you're still young. You'll know when you grow up." The young lady opened her eyes wide. She looked at Tang Tian in disbelief. After a while, she said, The only thing you've surpassed Teacher Yu Sun in is your shamelessness. But I'll definitely rush there. The young lady was stunned. Ever since she grew up, no one had ever dared to snatch something from her hands. Zhai Hongzhang glanced at the Star Master. He waved his hand and said, "You guys go out first." His body was like a swimming fish. His astonishing speed was as fast as lightning. Qingluan's sword aura could not even touch the corner of Tang Tian's clothes. Chapter 178. Bing looked at the indifferent ghost claw and sighed. You never thought that this fellow could actually awaken Peacock so quickly. This fellow's martial spirit is really strong. Ha ha! Peacock, we're going to fight together again. Qingluan, who was rushing towards Tang Tian in midair. Although she was surprised, she did not panic. With a turn of the sword hilt, like a swaying umbrella, countless green sword auras were like water droplets being flung out of the umbrella, sprinkling out from the sword in her hand. Who? The old man who launched the sneak attack, curled up in a corner, his chi completely concealed. The current him was like a piece of dead wood, without any signs of life. As if they were telepathic, Peacock suddenly opened its wings. A pair of exquisite silver wings formed by countless feathers blossomed on Tang Tian's back. Peacock. Qingluan's attainments and sword techniques, compared to Big Brother Jing Hao, were far inferior, and comparing Qingluan blood meridians to angel blood meridians, Tang Tian did not feel much of an improvement, but the two were extremely compatible. The degree of increase in power made Tang Tian shocked. She admits defeat, but for Peacock to be so unyielding, it is somewhat out of my expectations. After being silent for too long, it is probably lonely and yearns to fight like before. Silver Peacock's eyes were ice-cold without a trace of warmth, but for some reason, she could see a trace of scorn in it. After 100 moves, she actually did not manage to take down Tang Tian. Qingluan, who was on guard, was startled. Tang Tian did not rush towards her. The martial spirit in his body jumped like a flame. Suddenly a thought appeared in his mind, and without thinking, he blurted out. She had the rare Qingluan blood meridians, and Marquis had even found a gold card for her, Qingyao sword. The perfect combination of the two caused her fighting power to have a qualitative change. It was just that she rarely had the chance to fight, and her battle experience was almost zero. With a long whistle, the sword hilt turned. Wung. The sky, full of green sword auras, suddenly converged on her body. The little girl was also stunned. Of course, she recognized the silver armor, and she knew more about it. The old man almost couldn't believe his eyes. How did Tang Tian find out? He clearly didn't find out just now. If not for his unusually strong intuition, he would have been defeated long ago. Ding, ding, ding. Unexpectedly. Ling Su, you must do your best. The green sword auras in front of him were like a group of agile spirits. They were unfathomable, and their flying trajectories were ever-changing. Like mercury spilling onto the ground, it pounced towards Tang Tian. Zhai Hongzhang cried out involuntarily. His eyes were firmly attracted by the gorgeous and exquisite silver armor that Tang Tian was wearing. No one would dislike armors, but this was onyx soul. Not to mention armors, even bronze treasures were not commonly seen. Peacock did not speak, but her mercury-like eyes flashed with a cold, fighting spirit. It was so dense that it made one's teeth ache. A ray of green light that was even more dazzling than all the sword auras shot into his field of vision. But this time, the light came fast and disappeared even faster. In a blink of an eye, Tang Tian's figure once again appeared in front of everyone. But this time, Tang Tian's body had an unusually gorgeous silver feathered armor. Kill! Tang Tian was unhappy. Hey, what are you doing? You guys can fight whenever you want and stop whenever you want. Humph, it's not that easy. This is a silver armor. Qingluan pressed down on the sword hilt. The sword wings on her back extended, and her aura exploded. A noble and arrogant silver peacock appeared on Tang Tian's shoulder. This peacock's entire body was almost completely silver, especially its eyes, which were silvery white without any impurities. They looked abnormally cold. The most eye-catching was on its forehead. There was a 2-meter-long azure blue feather trailing behind it, like a hairband fluttering in the wind. The little girl said crisply. Qing Wan was startled and immediately said anxiously, "Miss, this brat, what kind of freak is he? Double blood meridians, a body like a bull. The level of his martial technique is not high, but his attainments are definitely like those old fellows who have studied for many years." The sound was like thunder, echoing in the air. Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Pooh! The opponent's blood meridians were very unique. His aura was concealed perfectly. Just that, he was hit by the peacock's feathered armor, and a trace of the peacock's energy entered the opponent's body. This trace of energy was not completely dissolved and became the best target, allowing the peacock to easily find the opponent's hiding place. One day, the peacock will be proud to have fought alongside him. Suddenly, a silver figure appeared in front of him without any warning. Tang Tian felt that the blood meridians were mostly used to raise the quality of the body, but he did not expect that the blood meridians and martial techniques could be so perfectly combined. That was awakening. The green aura in Qing Wan's eyes exploded, the sword in his hand shook, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Tang Tian immediately smiled. "Good student, since you said so, I'll give you face." Bing muttered to himself. Countless dazzling silver lights, with the aura as sharp as blades, like raindrops, swept out in all directions with a loud bang. "You dare to sneak an attack on me. You must be tired of living." The others were all dumbstruck by this sudden turn of events. Ling Su looked at the imposing Tang Tian and subconsciously tightened his grip on the silver spear in his hand. Tang Tian snorted, turned to face Qing Wan, and suddenly raised his right arm. "Come, let's have a good fight." After being shocked, he became even more furious. Behind the cross door, Qing Wan was startled. Qing Wan looked at Tang Tian in front of her, this person so strong. Silver lights danced in the sky. It was extremely beautiful, and she then saw the silver lights clearly. Each ray of silver light was actually a silver sheet. "What was that?" Bing said calmly. "Actually, your luck is not bad, although you have become a spirit general, but your martial techniques and peacock are still there and can still fight." The peacock squatted on Tang Tian's shoulder. The silver armor on Tang Tian's body was its feathers. There was actually an armor. It was actually a silver armor. Someone sneak attacked. Qing Wan was curious. When the last silver light flew out, Qing Wan's arm actually felt sore, and her heart could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. Wavering sword wings was her true killing technique. In the residence, she used this technique and had never lost. Even Marquis personally praised her technique. Her wavering sword wings was actually suppressed by someone. Ghost Claw did not move. Only in its eyes, there seemed to be something quietly surging. The elder who sneaked an attack on Tang Tian never thought that he would meet with such a situation. The dazzling silver light pierced his eyes, causing his vision to become white. Wavering sword wings. Everyone who witnessed this scene had an extremely strange feeling in their hearts. Qing Wan's body was like a puppet, retreating step by step. Retreating inch by inch, it was as though the scene was stuck. But in the competition in the residence, among the same age, the number of people who could beat her could be counted with one's fingers. The elder's eyes opened wide and quickly lost their luster. The elder was extremely shocked. He suddenly jumped up, turned, and was about to escape. Suddenly his neck felt pain. A silver-armored hand grabbed onto his neck. A spot of silver light blossomed from the depths of Tang Tian's eyes and immediately exploded from his body. The elder's face changed. He quickly retreated. The incoming silver light rain made him instinctively feel danger. His soft and seemingly boneless body suddenly curled up into a ball and quickly rolled backwards. Tang Tian suddenly crouched down and said in a low voice. From then on, he was disheartened, returned to Phylon Star, and never left Phylon Star again. Suddenly, a petite figure jumped into the arena. It was a young lady. "Come, the Peacock Young Duo, we are invincible. Whoever dares to resist, we will beat them till they piss in their pants." "Gotcha!" How'd he find out? The silver light that filled the sky suddenly drew out countless of dazzling straight silver lines, shooting towards Tang Tian. However, Qing Wan's feelings were completely different. Tang Tian was indeed in a difficult situation. There were many times when she thought that she was going to win, but she did not expect that Tang Tian would always use an unimaginable method to escape the calamity. Tang Tian looked like he was about to fall, but he never fell. Tang Tian retreated step by step. Qing Wan's sword aura was extremely agile, as though it was alive. It was the first time he encountered such a unique and agile sword aura. Even with his amazing intuition, for a moment, he was still in a passive situation. A silver light shot his back, his body shook, and a cold and fierce aura from the point of the silver light seeped into his body. Zhai Hengzhan's eyes quickly turned into envy and jealousy. Marquis Wu also had a silver armor, but that was only owned by Marquis Wu. Other than that, only a few people had bronze armor, and Zhai Hengzhan was not even qualified to have bronze armor. When I enter the saber-toothed tiger, I always feel absent-minded, remembering the past battles, as if it was yesterday. Qing Wan, do you want to disobey my orders? The young lady looked at Qing Wan calmly. Tang Tian's strength was already so strong. Now, with the help of the silver armor, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She was definitely no match for him. Just now, when the feather armor hit him, that cold and hard aura seeped into his body, and he actually suffered light injuries. This also caused him to lose all confidence. His golden snake blood meridians could perfectly conceal his aura. He had used this move to resolve many dangerous situations. He decided to find an opportunity later and immediately leave the Gu family. He wanted to leave this scary place. Tang Tian felt the surging and quiet power from the peacock. A smile blossomed on the corner of his mouth, like a ripple, quickly spreading into laughter. A pair of green sword aura wings formed on her back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body suddenly became light. Both her feet left the ground, and she actually forcibly floated in the air. When he saw clearly that it was a silver armor, he was scared out of his wits. He had seen the power of a silver armor with his own eyes. When he went out to roam the world, he had seen a strong warrior wearing a silver armor. In the blink of an eye, killed a martial artist whose reputation far surpassed his. Qing Wan was furious, but the young lady giggled. "Teacher, let's make a deal. I will use 2 million star coins to settle this matter. How about it?" You came at the right time. Tang Tian instantly felt a strong sense of danger, and almost at the same time, a weak and almost undetectable flow of air flowed around him. Tang Tian's pupils suddenly widened. Qing Wan, who was in the air with her sword wings spread. With every impact, her body would retreat an inch. Tang Tian's body was once again enveloped by the dazzling silver light. Not good. A strong killing intent enveloped Tang Tian's heart. In that instant, Tang Tian was unusually calm. "Are you ready?" "Peacock." He made a prompt decision, and before anyone could react, he quietly slipped to a corner and hid. Tang Tian's fearless roar could be heard by everyone. Chapter 179. Tang Tian was secretly moved because he did not have a level 6 mental cultivation technique. He could only use level 5 true power to break through this barrier. A level 6 mental cultivation technique spirit card was extremely expensive. Tang Tian was now extremely poor. Naturally, he could not afford it. And he was extremely clear of the importance of mental cultivation techniques. For example, the Crane-style Chi Manual's Crane Body Energy, the 4 Heavenly Dragons' Heavenly Dragon Energy, were all his important attacking methods. The meridians in his body flowed with pure and abundant true power. They were like an army, under Tang Tian's urging, continuously following the heaven stairway, going against the flow, unceasingly attacking the Dantian barrier. She could not help but be secretly annoyed. These few days, she actually did not ask Tian about it. Qing Wan was shocked. She was not considered arrogant, but because the princess was wronged, the anger was stuck in her chest. Zhai Hengzhan was different from her. Zhai Hengzhan had the experience of fighting in the front lines and had many military achievements. In the residence, Zhai Hongzhan was extremely respected. Suddenly, the seemingly relaxed true power suddenly activated, the true power stacked layer by layer. The loose true power, in a flash, was like a crane's beak, fiercely pecking the barrier. He could feel his own strength had an obvious increase, and even his strength had a slight increase. Tang Tian's heart shook, and the previously unmoving barrier suddenly trembled. Seeing that Qingwan still had an unconvinced expression, Zhai Hongzhan sighed and said softly, "He already had the intention to kill just now. You have to be careful. Don't provoke him." Tang Tian began his hellish training. Suddenly, Tang Tian's heart was enlightened. Tang Tian opened his eyes. He was touched. Not enough strength. An even bigger, even wider Dantian pool was like a dried-up lake waiting for the rain to pour in. If the 5th-level Dantian pool was like a pond, then the 6th-level Dantian pool was like a small-sized lake. The Tier 6 Dantian pool was filled up bit by bit. The newly born Dantian pool that received nourishment began to glow with vitality. The meridians that were connected to the 6th-level Dantian pool started to have true power pouring in. The indescribable feeling of comfort almost made Tang Tian moan. With every peck, the barrier trembled violently. Zhai Hongzhan didn't avoid Qingwan's gaze. He said lightly, "Why wouldn't he dare?" Rich energy frantically surged into Tang Tian's body and flowed upstream along the heaven stairway. At this time, Tang Tian was constantly attacking the barrier to the 6th order. The martial spirit allowed him to have a deeper understanding of the world, and the true power allowed him to have a higher level of control over his body. The true power flowed along the meridians and flowed into every corner of his body. All the previously dried up and unknown corners were slowly being activated, bit by bit brimming with life. When every corner of the body was continuously awakened and activated by the true power, the fleshly body would continuously be perfected. There was nothing more touching than vitality. However, the princess's mysterious teacher had yet to show himself. The young martial artist with the silver armor. All the patriarchs missed the battle. But what Tang Tian didn't expect was that his true power became stronger, and the barrier also became stronger. No matter how he attacked, the barrier did not move an inch. Dang! Almost at the same time, Bing, who had been paying close attention to Tang Tian, did not say a word, and crushed a total of 26th-level star rocks. The energy in the entire room was so dense that it was almost tangible. In the sky above the Valley of Starvation, Tang Tian's wails never stopped. Every day was like hell. He did not waste any time, and wholeheartedly immersed himself in training. Even Bing, who was always strict with training, could not find any faults. These local tyrants may have some arrogance in front of the Star Master, but no one dared to put on any airs in front of Princess Mingzhu. The Star Master was just one of Marquis Wu's subordinates, while Princess Mingzhu was the pearl in Marquis Wu's palm. In front of Marquis Wu, they were like ants. These patriarchs who were chatting and laughing did not show any mercy. This method was effective. The little girl said gently, "He is after all my teacher. If you guys fight too much, I will be very vexed." Tang Tian, who was encouraged, did not say a word, and continued to use the crane body energy to instigate true power. In order to express goodwill to the Gu family, the Yu family became the target of everyone's exclusion. Old Man Yu's foolish actions brought about a calamity to the Yu family. The Yu family's various industries were continuously attacked and quickly withered. The martial artists that the Yu family raised all escaped, and the Yu family disciples would always suffer from unknown attacks. Gu Shui did not mention money. She was very clear, even if she said it, Tian would not want it. Although Tian had always looked foolish and stupid, but in his heart, he understood everything. Tang Tian did not have a level 6 mental cultivation technique in his hands, so he used another method. "Wait a minute, that's not right." Tian said he was not from Onyx Soul. Gu Shui was completely confused, but she quickly threw this question to the back of her head. She noticed another detail. Tian seemed to be short of money. Tang Tian did not have time to rejoice, Suddenly his entire body trembled, and his head exploded. The guy that Tang Tian killed, the golden snake blood meridians, was sold for 1,000,000 star coins. Tang Tian used all his assets, through the Gu family's channels, to buy 200 pieces of level 6 star rocks. Gu Shui heard that Tang Tian needed star rocks. Without saying a word, she gave Tang Tian 100 pieces of level 6 star rocks. The world seemed to have changed again, although the change was not as intense as when Tang Tian cultivated the silver martial spirit. But the new change was clear and enchanting. True power quickly poured into the 6th level Dantian pool, nourishing the 6th level Dantian pool. Silver armor, double blood meridians. With these 2 points, it was enough to laugh proudly at Phylon Star. Furthermore, Tang Tian was still very young. His future would definitely be bright. The frequency of the pecking became more and more intense. The frequency of the barrier shaking also became more and more intense. Life. Zhai Hengzhan glanced at the joyous Tang Tian in the distance and said softly, "He is very dangerous." That's right, 2,000,000 star coins. Tian has earned big. Gu Shui covered her mouth and chuckled. Tian would not accept star coins, but he could give things as gifts. If mental cultivation, blood meridians, martial techniques, and armor could be perfectly combined, then his strength would increase greatly. Tang Tian held on to the idea that it was better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. But to first break through to the 6th level, it would also allow his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. The Gu family regained its peace, and the various patriarchs also rushed over. Princess Mingzhu was extremely intelligent. She was used to big scenes and was not the slightest bit reserved. Gu Shui had activated the snow rainbow blood meridians. Her future was bright, and most importantly, she had a powerful friend like Tang Tian. Gu Shui found Tang Tian and immediately asked, "Tian, are you short of money?" Probably even Gu Shui did not expect that. After 3 months, the once illustrious Yu family would actually disappear without a trace. These few days he had improved greatly. The true power in his body was unprecedentedly strong, and this gave Tang Tian a lot of confidence. Tang Tian's control of the crane body energy was almost instinctive. With a thought, he could see the true power slowly moving, pushing forward layer by layer. All the true power in Tang Tian's body was piled up in front of the barrier. Tang Tian's heart suddenly moved. He thought of the crane body energy. It seemed that in terms of true power, he was always at a disadvantage, but the crane body energy allowed his attacks. The impact was stronger. The training of true power was a continuous process of developing and activating oneself. Was this the 6th level? Had he broken through? With Tang Tian's relationship, the relationship between the Gu family and Marquis Wu would be extremely close. Tang Tian said proudly, "Huh, I'm not short of money now. Wah wah, 2,000,000 star coins. One fight would be 2,000,000 star coins. I really hope to have fights every day." But no one would be unsatisfied. In the blink of an eye, Tang Tian had 306th level stars in his hands. Suddenly, ping, like the sound of glass shattering, the surging true power suddenly flowed against the current. Qingluan flattened her mouth. She was about to cry, although she and the princess were master and servant. But in reality, they were like sisters. The combination of Qingluan's blood meridians and martial techniques gave him a lot of inspiration. The battle that ended in such a way made everyone feel extremely weird. Only then did people notice the 7 or 8-year-old girl who was unusually mature. From the manner she displayed and Qingluan's attitude towards her, they could tell that she was from an extraordinary background. And those who were quick-witted vaguely guessed the young girl's background, although they tried their best to remain calm. But the shock in their eyes could not be concealed, no matter what. Tang Tian, who was in meditation, his dantian and meridians were like a whirlpool with a strong suction force. The surrounding rich energy was being sucked into his body at an astonishing speed. Qingluan's eyes widened. She said in disbelief, "Don't tell me he dares to kill me." Tang Tian felt as though his body, like a withered tree, was being nourished by the rain it was cheering. But this invisible barrier was abnormally tough. No matter how much Tang Tian urged his true power, it did not budge. The young girl said meaningfully, I suddenly feel that he might be a good teacher. No matter where, a teacher should never be casually acknowledged. Whether it was the traditional inheritance of a teacher and a student, or the current inheritance of an academy, teacher was an extremely serious title. They suddenly thought of the way the young girl addressed Tang Tian. They could no longer maintain their calm expressions. Miss. Qingluan's eyes became misty, her face full of grievance. The suction force of Tang Tian's dantian and meridians became stronger and stronger. His efficiency of absorbing energy continued to rise. And after solving the worry of the star rocks, Tang Tian's improvement was extremely fast. No wonder. Tian is so powerful. Not enough power. Dang, dang, dang. But immediately, Gu Shue's heart was filled with a weird feeling. Tian's age was too young. Suddenly, the scene of Tang Tian shaking his head and giving pointers to Princess Mingzhu suddenly appeared in her mind, and she could not help but laugh. Success. That was the wall of perfection. Princess Mingzhu secretly supported the Gu family, and the Gu family's influence rose in a straight line. All the patriarchs knew, in the future, the Gu family would definitely become one of the most important powers on Phylon Star. They could definitely break through the barrier. Gu Shui looked at Tang Tian in a daze, although she had many guesses about Tang Tian's background, but she never thought that Tang Tian was actually Princess Mingzhu's teacher. Wait a minute. Teacher,